Hello. This week, podcast is sponsored by Navy Federal is proud to serve over 8 million members and is open to active duty military, the DoD veterans, and their family members. Receive a lifetime of membership benefits like credit card APR average that is 4% lower than the industry's member-only exclusive rates and more. Visit NavyFederal.com/friendcast. For more information, call 1-888-842-6328 or download the Navy Federal Credit Union app today. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information. Okay, so it's going to be a blow up. Because... you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Who are you? How did I get here?
Yeah. It's going to be a blow up. I don't know what else to say.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone out there in internet land.
Hi.
How are you all doing?
I was fine.
That's great.
And now I feel like my voice is not being listened to.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say. Because you were saying kind of like, I feel like my voice is starting to go, and I was gonna get big anxiety.
No, my voice isn't starting to go, but it's more like my voice is here.
Yeah.
But it's not being.
Well, put that email.
Heard.
Okay, listen. That email got sent. Okay, take that email. You put it in that drawer. You know that drawer where emails go?
Yeah.
Yeah, you put it in that drawer.
Maybe I should just
that email
copy and paste.
Yeah.
And click the button again.
Yeah. Just do that. That's a fun one.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
And
it takes like 5 button presses.
It's a little passive aggressive.
And it's efficient.
You know. I kind of feel like...
Oh, no, you want to be passive aggressive? You put like an addendum to that. It's like, hey, just sending this again. And then if it doesn't work again, what you want to really passive aggressive it up, you copy paste that and put another addendum on it, and you just see how big that chain can get.
No, the way I usually do is like I go like you get like maybe like 3 of like different re-engagements of like, hey, just wondering what's up,
hey, man,
you know,
hey,
it's kind of weird, but I don't want to bother you, but what's up, right? And then after like that point, then you can just go paste, because there's nothing changing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Perhaps you could hire some form of robot to send the message 100 times a second.
That's handy.
I feel like that would be possibly extreme, but hey, what do I know about solving problems?
That's a good question. What do you know about solving problems?
I know that you should stand further back than 3 feet when you shoot a zombie in the face.
Okay,
I know how to solve that problem.
That's an escalation further beyond what I was more so thinking of a dispute of some sort.
I know that when you spill something on the floor, the fastest way to solve that is to just take the whole roll of paper towels and just put it in the middle of the spill.
Just throw the roll at the spill.
Yeah. And then it'll soak it up.
I mean, you could also just keep like a spill rag around. You're blinking.
I am blinking. I am somewhat confused by your term spill rag.
You can keep a rag in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like, you know how there's a rag for drying dishes and a rag for wiping your hands?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, you can have like a rag for wiping the counter, which you can then wash and reuse for like quick spills that mean nothing instead of a paper towel.
I don't usually, so like, yeah, I would use like the dishwash thing for that, but like the spills that I am describing are not the nothing spills. I'm talking, I dropped a whole can of Coke on the floor.
Well, that's, you've got like bigger issues, I suppose.
I would say I have bigger issues.
But it like, if you drop a can, like the cans are designed in a way that they don't explode out of the bottle. Like,
no, well, if it's open, it does.
Well, no. So, but like if nothing's wrong with you, you can pick that can up fast enough that it's still a small spill.
Well, that was a assumption that you just made.
Okay.
That something is not wrong with me in this situation, that I would be in a state. So here's the thing. If I'm dropping a drink on the floor, I'm probably in a mental state in which I will look at the drink as it is falling and go, no, with my arms out, and then it will spill more and more, and I will look at it and think in my mind and possibly say out loud, no, stop.
Do you not do the last minute foot out catch? Because the
Yes.
last minute foot catch does work.
Yes.
Sometimes.
However, we're talking about the situation in which I'm most likely to spill something on the floor, which is a situation in which I'm already deficient mentally in some form, either due to lack of sleep, just waking up, or just being kind of stupid for the moment.
Only temporarily, though. Never
For the moment.
Never implying
Never.
that
No,
this is
never.
a permanent
No.
debuff.
No.
Okay.
I've done the foot save on many objects.
I have too.
It's
quite satisfying.
It's like you don't need to actually stop it from hitting the ground. You just need to stop it from hitting the ground at the velocity that it's going to hit the ground at.
The foot save is almost always worth it unless it is unless it's like food. In which point,
well, you didn't need to solve the problem. You just gave yourself two problems, actually.
Yeah. So
now hit your gross foot and the gross floor.
Yeah, if it is in a gooey, liquidy form coming down, then there's nothing you can do. However, if it's a plate that's going to break or a glass, the foot save will just stop the velocity.
This is really weird.
Don't foot save a knife, though.
Yeah. What if you can catch between your toes and everyone will be really impressed?
I mean, if you want to take that, sure.
I think back to some moment when I was like 7 years old. And my mom was like, hey, Pat, here's a plate. Bring it to the dish thing, right? And I picked up the plate, and I walked over, and just halfway to the front of the kitchen, I just dropped that fucking thing on the floor, and it shattered to a million pieces. And I remember even at the time being like, how did that happen? I think I actually just let go of the plate. I don't think it slipped. I think I just wasn't paying attention and just opened my hands so that it may free fall and smash to a million pieces.
One time. Yeah. No, that's real.
And I don't know why I did that.
One time, I really didn't... Well, I hate washing dishes.
I think that is fairly obvious that there's very few... My dad likes washing dishes, but he's an anomaly.
Don't enjoy it at all.
Nobody does.
And many a battle were drawn on the the premise of like we had a system of wash what you use, but apparently I'm the only one that can adhere to that.
Yeah, and
the frustration just escalates to a war.
Dishwashing is difficult because I feel like the deal. The armistice you just described is the one that is very common in any multiple adult situation.
Yeah.
And no one ever fucking does it. Ever. And there's something just really outrageous about having to wash somebody else's dish that they did not want to wash.
Yeah, basically.
And there are other chores like taking out the trash or tidying up a room or making a bed or whatever. That, for some reason, doesn't apply in my mind anyway. Yeah. And I think it's very similar for most people. But, like, I know you use these fucking dishes, and you're just too lazy to fucking wash them. So mad!
Yeah. Or even, like, do the little fill it up with water so that it gets a chance to be an easier wash later. Yeah. Whatever the fuck it is. I remember, though, I will confess that one time when I was very young and not wanting to wash dishes but was assigned to do so, I was washing a glass that was a really annoying one, and I was really pissed off, and I was being a shit, and I absolutely didn't smash it, but I let it.
You allowed it.
I allowed it to fall and crack, and so that I didn't have to do it anymore.
That's fine.
And that was like, in my brain, I was like, well, it slipped out of my hand. The action wasn't causing it, Jesus. And that
Oh no.
that was okay, wasn't it? And then I felt guilty afterwards, but I still never did anything about it. I was like, okay, well, that's between me and Jesus. And then that was it.
Isn't everything just between you and Jesus?
Well, you see, the real lesson to be learned there would be to like go and tell the person what you did or whatever.
Fuck that.
Or you can just silently ask for forgiveness and be like, "We good, right? We good, all right." And we carry on with our way, you know. But I'll tell you one thing, I didn't have to fucking wash those dishes.
You didn't have to wash that dish anymore.
Nah, I got back to playing fucking my 386. You know, and that was that. Yeah, no, I absolutely would put dishes in a category where I'm willing to do, like, I will do uneven amounts of chores in exchange for not doing them.
I would totally agree with that.
You know, I will take over any other responsibility. Catch me outside raking and mowing the lawn and dumping the trash out and fucking cleaning out the bathroom.
Yeah.
But I fucking loathe the dishes.
See, nowadays, I think, like, maybe much of my hatred for dishes has been exaggerated because I was, like, in my mid to late 20s before I discovered how to actually wash them properly, unlike a crazy person. From a story that's been told in which I thought that if you let dishes air dried, that they would give you mold that would then
the air dry mold
give you like horrible diseases,
right,
which would then increase the multiplying time of dish doing by hours. And then now that I think of it, I was specifically taught to hand dry every single thing specifically so they didn't get like mold on them. And I'm like,
yeah,
I wonder where that came from. There's a conversation for the next family meeting.
Yeah, there's an in-law that won't be named that upon acquiring a dishwasher still decided to rinse and fully wash and put basically
put
do
the now clean dishes
into the dishwasher. Like it started as like okay, we'll just give them a little water down and then put them in. And it was like
that's actually prudent.
Yeah, right. And then it was like, well, if I'm watering it down, let's get them soap on it, right? I'm right here.
Okay.
And then it became like, all right, well, I'm just gonna scrub it a little bit just to get the hard stuff off, so that we don't have to deal with it later. You just deal with it now. But you just deal with it now. And then it just became a full dishwash, and then it goes into the dishwashing machine. And you're like, what are we doing?
You have now doubled your work for no reason.
What are we doing? You know, this is
funny.
This is funny.
I remember.
Yeah. What?
I remember.
Blow it up. Blow it up.
I remember an argument that lasted, I want to say, for like 6 years between my mother and I, in which she would every single time, you know those little dishwasher tabs you put in the dishwasher?
Yeah.
She'd put the dishwash tab in it and then not close it.
Oh.
And then I'd go, Ma, I think you're supposed to close that because it does the thing. She's like, no, look. And look, the dishes are clean afterwards. I'm like, Mom, look. I put the tab in and then just close the door.
Yeah.
And like, look, it's just on the floor. She's like, Patrick, I am your mother, and that is how we do dishes in this house. And I remember
appeal to authority
when I got my
Flag
own
on the
place. And I finally got my own dishwasher. The first thing I did is like run to put that tab in and close it, and be like, "Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it."
Just, yeah.
See, I felt very differently about that phrase than many of my young contemporaries as I grew up, because whenever I heard that phrase of "I'm your father," right, or "I'm your mother,"
Yeah.
I always took that as a personal victory because it meant that I had outsmarted my parents.
Yes, yeah, no, that's exactly it, right? That's what it is that, like, you have been cornered, you have nothing else.
I got
so
you,
the
Mom.
only thing you have right now is the fact that you've been on this planet longer, and you're going to use that.
And you have legal authority over me and all sorts of shit.
Right? But you're going to fall back on that as opposed to an explanation where you can use your words. Because if you were so right in what you were saying,
you'd be able to easily destroy the small
explain
child
it. You would be able to explain your reasoning.
It'd be so easy, right?
But you've absolutely, you've 1,000% abandoned your post by fucking falling back on the I am this. And it's like, all right, we all know you are. No one's saying you're not.
Let me tell you the story. The most damaging series of fights to ever rock the Boivin household. And my dad occasionally watches the beginning of the podcast. And if he does, Dad, send me a text message while you're listening to this. It was over the pie. Because of course it was. So, in my family, we had Dad, my mom, me, my brother, and my sister. 5, right?
Sure.
Dad and the sister don't care for pie. Don't give a shit. Mom would be like every, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right? Get a fucking one of those little pies from like the Super C.
Mm-hmm.
Those little, I don't know, like it's like a tiny pizza or whatever.
Yeah, little
like hey, we got a dessert for the thing and the family, right? The sister and dad would be like, no thanks, no big deal, blah, 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 right? Me and my brother loved it, and my mom also loved the pie. That's why it kept showing up. Now that's 3 people, right? That's 3 people. How do you fucking think that pie got divided? That's right, into 4. Now, how does that work? My brother and I, every week or 2 weeks, would go, but Ma, there's 3 of us. Why don't you just divide the pie into 3s? and or 6? That's annoying, right?
But just cut the Y shape, yeah.
And she goes, no. 1/3 of that pie is too much for dessert. That is too much for you. And we go, Mom, you're just going to eat that other piece later. She's like, no, this is everyone. We're going to share it. And so what embarked was the shittiest attempt to negotiate a week-to-week basis on who would get that 4th slice later in that week.
Okay, her reasoning is sounder than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Because the basis of this piece is too much for you is a normal parental thing.
Sure, and
it's like, hey,
that would be a large piece of pie.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same like, hey, can I get 3 scoops of ice cream? And it's like, no, fuck off.
That's
You're
too
getting
much.
2.
That's not good. No.
Eat shit.
And you're right.
So I understand
and Dad would
that.
Go, mm-hmm.
I get that part of it.
And then 2-3 days later, when one of us would be like, hey, any of that pie left?
Mm-hmm.
No, I ate it. Yeah. How could you eat it? You said it. I bought that pie for you. And hey.
Then
I bought that. You should be grateful you got that pie. And then the next week, hey, how are we going to divide this? Divide it into 3. No, we're going to divide it into 4 because that's too much for you. But you're just going to eat the piece tomorrow.
As a family, you should have taken that 4th piece and flushed it down the toilet together.
No one.
You watched it.
Never.
You should have sat around the toilet and watched it go down the bowl. And that's the only way to use the 4th piece. And everyone gets the exact amount, and then you flush the pie.
It got to the point where my brother and I were like, Dad, please eat the fucking piece of pie. This is so unfair. And he's like, I don't want the pie. And we're like, Dad, the pie situation's so unfair. And he's like, you could just have no pie. I'm like, oh, you're not helping. You're not helping at all.
I mean,
this came up like 6 months ago when I told the story. Like, I had a family thing and, Paige didn't know about the pie story. And my mom and I got into it again. Like, time had not passed.
I mean, if we consult the scripture, it says that King David was brought a baby, and a mother was claiming that the baby was hers, but another mother said the baby was hers.
Yes, I am familiar with this parable.
And so then she drew a sword out and said, well, then we'll draw the baby into 2 halves.
And one of the ladies was like, "Yeah, cool,
Yeah.
yeah,
So, take from that what you will
yeah,
and apply that to your life lesson.
yeah."
And that'll tell you what you should do about the pie. Or was it King Solomon? It was King Solomon.
Whatever. It was some guy, and he's
Sure.
gonna cut the baby, and one of the ladies was like, "Yeah, that's cool."
Yeah.
And the other one was like, "No."
And then he was like, then he turned to the lady that said no, and he went, "Well, you just don't know how to play fair."
Exactly.
And then he fucking split that baby.
Yeah, that's right.
And
And then he kept 1/3 of that baby for himself.
And it said smoking sick
You
style.
could have had no baby if you know.
And then he S-ranked it.
Yeah.
And then God was like, yeah. And that's what happened. Bible. That's how it
My
went.
mom owes me like 100 slices of pie. God damn it.
I mean, yeah, but also,
And you know what the worst part of it is? The worst part of it is, I have no doubt in my mind that my mom never once thought, I'm going to cut it into 4 so that I can get the extra piece. And this is a preview of this is a knowing preview of what I was to later become. Because the real reason why you cut into 4, right? Well, you have to cut it into 4. 4 is equal.
yes. So
Yeah,
I was expecting OCD.
it has to be.
I was
4.
expecting OCD reasons.
Yeah.
And that's not what I was given, right? And if it was simply OCD reasons, then yes, I was going to jump right on board with that.
That's the way you cut a pie. You cut it into 4.
But again, the third versus the quarter means there's an entire what is that? 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. There's an entire 8% extra that you'd be consuming each time.
Yeah.
And she was probably just trying to shave off a couple of those
Nope.
porky pie pounds.
The real reason
those
is
porky pie pounds.
nope. You cut it into 4. You have to. That's the way. You have to.
Okay, so
that's the way it's done.
Okay, so here's the real test, right?
Yeah.
What you actually do is when the cut starts to occur,
Yeah.
you fucking she pulls out of the box,
Yeah.
and it's already been done into thirds,
Yeah.
right? And then if the reaction is right, then that's like, I'm upset because now you're trying to make yourself get more pie.
Yeah.
But if the reaction is, no, it's not right,
Yeah.
it's incorrect,
Yeah.
that
Well,
is more telling.
Luckily, pie is never pre-cut prior to its.
But I mean, if you went in while something else was going on, you went in, you found it.
I want to go back in
right?
time and fucking try that now.
Because that's the information. Like, are you gonna get a scoff and a goddamn it, Pat, or are you gonna get?
No, you know what happened. You know what would happen if I were to do that. It's like you're trying to game the pie system. No pie for you, and then it would be the remaining 3 pieces would get bisected into 6, and then it would get split between the 2 people that didn't interfere in the pie system.
Okay.
That's yeah.
But it'd be worth sacrificing that week's pie to find out the core of the issue.
I have been having this argument on and off for 25 years.
It's worth it because there's stuff where my mom would have like a weird habit about something,
Yeah.
and it would be, no, that doesn't make sense, and it would be like, no, this is the way we're doing it though, and then you have to do it enough times to be like, you just have a weird thing with this.
Yeah,
This is not about what makes sense. This is about you having an issue. And then when you find that out, you kind of go like, all right, well now I know how to handle this, and now I know like you have a weird ism here.
I have a lot of sympathy for my poor mom that I did not have as a child now, because my mom was the kind of person that had lots of those. I don't know why this is fucking lame old lady shit or whatever, but like decorative tins or doodads around the house.
Yeah.
And she was very particular, and they were all spaced all perfectly. And if she were out of the house, I would go up to them and I would nudge 1 or 2 of them off by like 10 degrees.
That's so petty. That is the pettiest it's ever been.
Well, no, because then she would walk into the room and immediately like instinctually know, did one of you guys move one of these?
Yeah.
And that would blow like an hour of her time as she checked. So I thought that was hilarious as a kid.
Yeah.
I find that significantly less hilarious now.
Right.
As I find myself doing the same fucking thing
to your toys.
To anything in my house.
So, yeah. It's never that subtle with me. It is much more clear. I walk into the bathroom. I see one of those fucking toilet seat covers on the top of the toilet seat. I rip that shit off and throw it back in the closet. And that's the end of that. And then, and then I get the fucking call, Darlington! And I'm like, what? And you're like, did you pull it? And I'm just like, would you rather we leave the fucking toilet seat cover on? I didn't say fucking, obviously.
No.
But you said fucking, though. No. But you said bitch, though, right?
Yeah, in your mind. Did you say it out loud?
You said bitch. Yeah. No, so
that's the best guy.
So like, I'm like, would you rather we leave it on, and then while I'm trying to pee, this fucking toilet seat snaps shut.
Yeah, the cover, what's it called? Upholstered toilet seat.
Eat shit!
Is a 5% chance per bathroom trip that you're gonna piss all into the carpet part, as it refuses to stay up. Every single person's we didn't have that in our house.
The inventor of the toilet seat cover upholstery is a monster to history.
Every single
you
fucking
are a
time
monster.
I went into somebody's house, to like a friend's house or whatever that had that bullshit, or maybe your grandma or something that had that shit. I would have to pee, and it'd be a fucking 3-hand job.
Oh yeah.
I have to like kind of brace myself.
Yep.
And then I put my left hand out to hold the thing back.
Yep.
And then I gotta aim, but now I'm like, because I'm leaning forward, I mean, it's awful.
I don't care how pretty you think it makes it look. You don't have to, and you can always tell it's like the guy. This is a decision that's not based on the guy here, because there's no, like, the girl is not gonna have to hold that part up like that.
Of course not.
Your back is gonna hold it up. So it's like you just don't care about the fact that this makes it impossible to stand up and pee.
So
it's like, so then why don't you sit down? Fuck off!
No!
I get so angry. And it's like, well, then too bad. You know, and I'm like, no. Too bad?
The reverse.
Holy shit.
Of the all-time classic leave the seat up shit. Which is...
Yeah.
Not only are you going to not leave the seat up, I'm going to now engineer the toilet seat so that it can't stay up. It won't. It won't do it.
Everybody has to sit down. Fuck you. I'm a stand up and I'm a write my name.
Like peeing sitting down. Peeing sitting down, or obviously removing possibilities of any particular physical ailment.
This is probably coming across way more aggressive than jokey. But
listen, man, when that fucking upholstered toilet seat is like, oh, I'm gonna fall down, you're gonna piss all over yourself. That's a terrible feeling.
That's a fear. That's a huge fear. No one wants that. You don't want piss on your upholstery and exploding everywhere else. And I don't want it exploding on myself.
The worst
or
part
snapping on my dick.
It's that it's almost always carpeted, and you know if piss hits that, it's there forever.
That stain's not going.
Right.
It is.
Why is my alarm going off?
It is a monstrous. It is a fucking crime against humanity. And here's the thing, right? When I'm at someone else's house and I see that in place, I roll my eyes.
Yes.
I judge.
Yes, judge.
I judge
everyone in the house.
Big judge.
That's right.
It tells me a lot about what's going on.
That's right.
And then I move the top of the toilet.
Yeah.
Usually if it's like a normal toilet, you know, the lid, you pop the lid up and move that back so it creates a little bit of extra room.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes it's leaning up against just the top part, which you can get an extra inch or so if you just move it back.
And that's honestly usually enough.
And I'll do that for someone else's house. But fucking back at home, get that shit out of here. And it was like, I'll take the yelling.
I'll take it.
I'll take the licks. I'll take whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing this. This is for your own good.
This is too far.
Although, now that I think about it in retrospect, maybe, just maybe, pissing on the fucking upholstery would have been the right solution.
It might have been a solution.
It might have been the best choice. that might have been the correct way out of it, because now what do? And you go, oops, hey, I don't know how to stop midstream. I'm sorry.
I haven't flexed that muscle enough because I'm a child.
Fuck, what's a kegel? And that's the end of that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that was the right way, but I was too concerned. And that thing, we had a fucking big one too. It was one of those fucking clappers. You know, like that shit was not gonna.
You know what else I hate about those things?
Go.
Say you completed the entire ordeal successfully, no issue. All right, great. You got to wash your hands. 2 seconds to wash your hands. Bam!
Yeah.
As the toilet seat snaps down.
Yeah.
Scares the shit out of you.
Yeah. Shout out to the new ones that have a soft drop, where it just slowly.
That's new.
Yeah, got me one of those. Those are great. But I would absolutely march and burn a pile of toilet cover upholsteries outside in public in town square. I'd be down, just to send a message. Or how about we can you know what? That's unreasonable. It's hilarious, yeah. But it's unreasonable.
Slightly too far.
Okay, we don't. You know what? Maybe we should save the marchings and the burnings for things that are slightly more important. Mm-hmm. How about I meet you in the middle?
Okay, there's a middle here.
Yeah, and
okay.
I'll sell you a toilet cover sticker, so that you just stick it on top of the thing, and it makes it look pretty, right? So you can buy yourself a cheap white toilet cover instead of, if you want, I mean, you can buy the nice one if you care to give them a fuck. But you don't want it, whatever, fine. So then buy a sticker that goes on the top, and then it's like a skin. You know how you fucking put your skins on your Xbox?
Yeah.
So you get your Cash Money fucking GTA skin?
Yeah.
Put a Cash Money GTA skin on your fucking toilet cover seat.
Your faceplate.
And then you got a faceplate on your toilet seat.
There you go.
And then you don't have to fucking worry about the extra thickness that every fucking asshole auntie's house has, because no one in this house has ever had to use the toilet with the seat cover up. It's so selfish. It's so incredibly selfish to take the function away anyway.
Now, this obviously changes in a house that has 2 toilets.
Oh, yeah,
and one toilet becomes they become gender-locked toilets.
I guess they do.
But like, there's what
I mean,
I don't think I've ever been just pee sitting down. I would find that suggestion outrageous.
I've got that. That's what I got. I got that.
Outside of any particular physical disability or injury or whatever, right? Peeing sitting down has 2 reasons. One, you're wasted.
Sure.
And there's no trust.
Sure.
In your motor control.
Yes. Sure.
2,
yeah. That's extra security mode.
Some form of ejaculate was recently passed, and you may not be able to trust the direction your stream is going to go. Because because
I'm not going to meet you on that one. No.
Oh, yeah? You've never had it go straight sideways? That's a lie.
Aim's not a problem. Aim's not a problem.
That's a lie.
That's...
Sometimes that shit can go 90 degrees. And then you're pissing on your wall.
Okay. I'll meet you on that first one. And just say that, yeah, we have all range mode.
Oh, yeah?
When necessary. And otherwise, we've got normal fucking flight mode. And then you just choose between the two based on the circumstance. But you don't take one of those away.
I gotta say, every time I discuss this kind of topic, I'm like, ha ha, ha. Or every time I go to the bathroom, there's part of me that's like, oh, relief, because I'm going to the bathroom. And there's that other part of me that I'm like, I'm so fucking disgusting! This is so awful! I hate it! Like...
You know,
if I would pay,
you know, it's inside your body at all times.
Oh, I hate it so much.
It's right in there.
It's so disgusting,
and it's far away from your head.
It makes me sick. Oh my god. I remember being fucking younger than I am now, and like holding stuff in just so I could pretend it wasn't happening. Because I'd be so repulsed by this awful human body of mine.
You're quite lucky that you were born in a country where you don't have to use the squat.
Yeah. I remember going to Japan, seeing a squat toilet, and be like, "Nah, I can hold it."
Yeah.
Cause I was like, I'm gonna hold on to something.
It's actually healthier for you.
I'm sure. That's why I have my little stool.
Yeah.
But I remember being like, I'm gonna hold on to the railing or whatever the fuck around here is for handicapped people, and I'm gonna go halfway. I'm like, no, this is gonna end in a disaster. I'm just gonna hold it. I'm gonna fall into this fucking foreign toilet, and it's gonna be a whole ordeal.
Yeah. I mean,
It's gonna be a whole thing.
There's other benefits as well that you're missing that we don't have to go into the technical details of it, but the pressure of you sitting down holds things in place in a way.
Oh no, there's like a tendon, there's all sorts of stuff.
It holds things in place in a way
it is natural and better for your body to have your legs elevated in some fashion. Now, if that's your body lowered or your legs just happen to be elevated by, say, a tiny stool or box, you keep in front of your toilet. Yes, I completely agree.
Now, here's the thing, right? I feel like you were going to say if there was a way earlier for you to just completely remove the ability.
Yeah.
And the answer exists.
Yeah.
It's called a fucking colostomy bag.
I'm aware.
And I can put a hole in you.
No, you can't.
And you can just...
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this Wooly Madden's discount medical service?
And then you can just take a tube and put it where it go. And then you can just simply not have to worry about ever actually having to use it properly by draining the bag out.
So, if I could pretend that the bag didn't exist somehow...
Because the bag is a part of you now. It's an organ outside your body.
I would do that in a second. But you can't ignore that the bag is there. And that means you're touching poop all the time.
Not only is the bag there, not only can you feel it fill up, right, because it's touching you, it's attached to you. Not only can you know when it's full, but you now have a new glowing target point on your body for anyone who wants to cause you harm or misery.
Wooly, okay.
So you know
no. You need to stop right now. The anxiety level I'm feeling over this discussion has suddenly skyrocketed. I am like, actually, when you described that a colostomy bag as a target, I am like almost at panic attack over the thought.
There is a new thing to target, like the Birkin eyeball.
I don't like this.
Which is a context I can now use.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
You have something you can shoot at or slash.
Okay, dude. I'm gonna no.
Or just punch in a fight.
No,
for max damage, and it's
real.
not real body damage.
I'm being really serious right now. We need to back off this just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Because I'm going to lose it. I'm just saying.
But hey, in exchange, you never got to go again. In exchange.
That's...
Equivalent exchange.
That's... If I could... I'm the type of person to think of, hey, we have teleportation technology. What a miraculous... Put it in my body so that my waste just disappears.
Yeah.
Give me, for say, a magic wand so that I may just shit myself and expeliosa the evidence.
And then all of it, which is
Did you know? Oh my god!
Canon.
Oh, this is the worst ever.
Shout-outs to J.K. Rowling.
No one wanted that, J.K. What the F? You telling me that Dumbledore and shit just shat themselves and then was like, magic.
Use alternate dimensions for your poop. That's fantastic. Yeah. I mean, but that's what comes with a society that has disposable magic, I suppose, right? If you had to go that.
Yeah.
But I think it's better. I don't think we needed to know. It's true.
So the part
It's
of
true.
the part of that explanation that actually blows my mind is not that there was a spell to remove it from your bowels. Mm-hmm. Is that they would shit themselves and then magic it away. I just shit my pants. Because...
like a baby.
I'm going to assume the feeling of shitting your robes is unpleasant.
It's probably...
That there's some splash.
It's probably more unpleasant with pants on.
Yeah.
but robes are still in the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like.
Yeah, and then you exactly.
I
It is a 2-part process as opposed to one.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'm gonna write that book. It's like nobody poops. You're the only one. Be ashamed. And send that out to the children. Nobody. It's just you.
Okay, so
It's because your butt's broken.
where would you put the bag, though? That's the lot that you got to
What
decide
bag?
where to put it.
No, not. I'm using teleporters here. You shut up.
Would you put it on your shoulder with the eyeball that goes so that it's up there and everyone can see it? Do you put it on your back?
The only way that I could ever
Where do you put it?
The only way I could ever deal with this type of situation ever is if it wasn't a bag. It was like oh god, like the fucking like the slot out filter for like a Brita, where it's like just a plastic square,
Sure.
and it
Sure.
just slotted out, and then you just slotted a new one in.
I mean, you could always have it just be like 4 smaller tubes that go out to your wrists like web slingers.
Oh man, that's the worst. That's the worst superhero ever.
and out the back of your ankles so that you can just, on the stealth, when you need to, just do it like that, right? And then if someone attacks you, you know how one of those bomb blast beetles will be like, fuck you, or like the lizard with the blood in the eye and shit. It's like,
The Jesus Christ lizards.
human defensive mechanism. Just fucking just...
Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people at home that aren't putting this together. But if the line has not been drawn, let me draw it for you. There's a reason Pat is so into cybernetic/transhumanist stories and fiction and stuff. The idea of transcending my disgusting body's like gross fluids is the most appealing thing in fiction to me. Adam Jensen looks clean. So clean. He can take a shower with that robot stuff.
Would you sacrifice...
Yes.
Yeah?
I don't even care what you were going to say.
Like, if you'd never have to eat again,
Oh, man.
you'd give up food?
Put me in a jar.
Yeah?
Put
Okay.
my brain in a
Okay.
jar.
Okay. You'd give up the food and the taste. I mean...
And
At
then
that level of science, you could probably just poke the part of your brain that makes you taste the right thing anyway.
yeah, sure, fuck it.
Or just make your tongue feel the thing anyway. So you could probably just fake it, but still.
I want to be a brain in a jar, like a robo. Like there's a Fallout enemy type called a robo brain. It's a fucking brain floating in a jar with a robot, like a rosy robot.
Yeah.
But, and here's the really important thing, you need to encase the top part so that I can never see the brain, so that I can pretend I'm all robot. Data was my favorite character on TNG
You reject your humanity.
because he's not gross.
Yeah, I mean, there's a man I should introduce you to.
Yeah.
His name's Murphy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The new version.
Uh-huh. He looks great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about when he's got to get a tune-up?
That's fine.
Just don't look.
As far as I'm concerned, they could get rid of that too.
Wow. I like the taste of things too much. I would, to me, I would rather it go back to, you know how, oh my God, we have to, like, we're now here, we're here now.
Yeah.
So we can't back off yet.
No.
Because there's the last place to go, I suppose,
Yeah.
is to the place where I'm like, when you're a super baby,
Yeah. Wait, what?
when you're a baby,
Oh, okay.
but you're like even more of a baby, like you're like newborn,
Okay, all right.
like
Your phrasing on this is bizarre.
when you are months old,
Got it.
it's not even poop.
Infant.
It is just black fluid. It's not even, you know what I mean?
Well, oftentimes it's like green or
It's just
orange
yeah,
or
but it's
whatever.
like a bird almost. It's like it's not even, you know, so it barely even registers as that like that gross shit.
What are you talking about?
So it's like, you know, if you could go back to that, it'd probably be. What am I talking about?
How does that not register? That is the vilest form.
No, most Okay, here's where I'm coming from.
What do you?
Multiple parents I've heard from have said, actually, when the baby's really young, it's super easy to clean up because it's not that gross because it doesn't feel like it's like poop. It's just like a weird fluid. And then when they get older,
even better.
When they get older, and you're like, "Oh, this is a diaper," and this is
how
because your brain doesn't even feel like it's the same thing. You know, it doesn't feel like it's like any sort of So I've heard that.
What? So fucking mystery biological fluid is better?
No, it's just that it's less gross with your kid when you're changing the diaper early on, and it gets more gross later. This is what parents have told me.
I've been around a lot of babies. My mom used to babysit kids. Babies are disgusting. They're so gross. They are fluid. They are human fluid factories. Probably the best part about getting older is you get drier and huskier.
Okay, I don't know. Apparently, no one agrees with this. But has no one heard this from any parent about this part?
Never.
I've heard this from multiple people.
I have heard and seen.
I don't know
that the earlier a baby is, just the more. So you want consistency?
I'm not,
because then at least
I'm not dying on this hill. I'm just reporting what parents have told me. This is not This is not my experience. This is what I've been told.
Are these human beings?
Yeah, and they said it was not that bad. And then another couple said, yeah, it's really not that bad. And then later on it gets gross. But apparently everyone disagrees, so I guess, I don't know, no one else heard that then. That's what they told me. I can only report what I was told.
Willie, I have known you for 15 years plus. This is going in the list of most baffling things I've ever heard you say. Ever. I'm so confused.
As opposed to hating your own body?
No. That list is a big list that we keep over there. There's no comparison. See, you're reasonable.
I'm held to a higher standard.
Well, in my own mind, I know that I do crazy, stupid shit all the time. So the fact that I would say a crazy, stupid thing is not even that notable.
Right.
But you will very occasionally say something that is wildly out of character in its reasonableness. See, and that bears investigation.
Sure. But here's the part where we like, unless I step in here to remind that this was information that I have no idea. I'm saying I heard this, right?
Yeah.
So this is not me saying I have a preference here.
No,
this is not my preference.
No, absolutely. This is you knowing crazy people.
This is me getting information, double checking to see if everyone else heard the same thing.
No one.
And apparently, well, a couple people said, yeah. I noticed a couple people said like, oh no, I noticed that, but I don't know. So this is literally me going, is this real?
No.
Okay, well, you know.
Mileage may vary as anything.
But here's
with
the other
kids
thing.
Would vary.
Here's the other thing, though. Unless you're a parent, would you really know? Right? Like, wouldn't you have to kind of go through that to finally actually come to that conclusion?
I don't know, man. I've been around, like, mom babysitting.
If you're kind of yelling in the chat going, no, it's like, if you have kids, I'm going to take your opinion more than if you don't have kids.
Like,
otherwise, you're in the same boat as me and you don't really know.
Like, as somebody who's parent, like, babysat children for, like, a profession, like, I had, like, essentially a long cascading series of infant and up to 4-year-old minor cousinish siblings around for like 15 years nonstop. And I could tell you, everything about a child is the most disgusting thing to ever happen to humans. Children of men is like, oh, finally, the earth can be clean. Now, those of you who watched my stream yesterday may be baffled by the phrase, the earth might finally be clean from Pat, as I went on one of those rants I do about how much I love to litter garbage on the ground.
Yeah.
But human filth is so much worse than garbage. Your own body is the most disgusting thing that will ever happen to you.
How do you feel about the fact that the earth has life literally growing from actual shit. How do you feel about the fact that cows taking poops leads to healthy grass fields?
I can appreciate the ingenuity of that grass while simultaneously mentally vomiting.
How do you feel
about
the fact
did you ever watch
that if you're in a situation where you are...
I will die.
There is no water to be found.
I'm dead. I'm throwing myself off the nearest cliff.
The only source of water
Yeah.
in dire circumstances might be a pile of dung.
Okay. So I hope everyone at home is familiar with the image that I'm going to...
This is Bear Grylls level 3.
I hope everyone is familiar with the stock photo image / meme that I'm going to channel here. But guess I'll die then.
I guess I'll die. Yeah. Yeah.
Wooly,
Yeah.
I think you might have. Do you remember the Onion video series Horrible Planet?
That rings a bell.
Horrible Planet is a nature documentary series describing how truly, truly awful the world is. And the final episode describes how to trick birds to drink all the bleach in the world to clean the earth, and how you can eventually end up in the top of a stainless steel room at the top of the tallest spire in which no animal can reach. Right? So that's supposed to be satirical, and I watched all 6 of those videos going, someone understands.
Yeah. New article just popped out talking about how bugs are on their way out unless we do something. And it's like, well, fuck, if the bugs go, then everything else goes.
That's fine.
Okay. So we're here then. We finally arrived. We're at that place where it's like, yeah, you know what?
What do you mean finally and arrived? I was born in this state.
So unless you can achieve immortality, why let it continue?
I look at the moon.
What is the purpose?
I look at the moon and I see a perfect society.
What has the entire history of humanity been for? If not up to this point.
Making gross stuff.
And once you no longer are around to perceive it.
Listen. Humans God put humans on this earth to create bleach. So that we may fix the planet.
I mean, the planet itself is gonna... The rock will be here. It's just a matter of what's gonna be on the rock.
That's
you know?
right.
The rock is gonna fucking be the rock is gonna be the rock. If a billion asteroids smash into it at the same time, maybe it won't be. But for the most part, the rock is gonna be floating around the sun. It's just what's going on top the rock that might change.
You know what's funny that you mentioned that? As every time I have this conversation with somebody, I always discover something new about myself. I love rocks. When I was a kid, I used to have a coffee tin because my parents drank tons of coffee, so we had a million of those Folgers coffee, those big ones?
Yeah.
Around. Just dozens of those things filled with all the cool rocks I could find. And they were cool. Some were sharp, and a lot of them were round and smooth, and they were all dry and clean and perfect and devoid of any organic material at all. And I just think I'm like, oh man, wouldn't being a rock be great? And yes, I am turning into a Captain Planet villain. I am aware of this. However, I'm aware of that, so I'm not going to take the steps to become fully super villainous. Henchman, maybe.
I just want to take a moment to apologize to those who have vocally let me know that these tangents are growing out of control before we even get to our weeks.
Yeah.
And that this This unbridled, unchained madness that has been happening before we even get to the business of the podcast, is too fucking much.
I love rocks.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm sorry. And I want to simultaneously say that it's not going to stop.
I'm going to
but just,
I'm going to say that I'm not sorry, and I'm loving that I got to talk about my rock love, and that I wish I should go get a pet rock unironically.
You have 2 Z target points now. Just keep that in mind.
What, 2? 2?
I mean, usually it's 1.
Okay.
But, later in the boss fight,
okay,
they're like, oh, shit, it's like...
I don't know. If you look at humans, we have like 100.
We have many.
There's so many.
But it's like, if you fight for long enough, it's like, oh, shit, the colostomy bag has been revealed.
Okay, I don't have that. So,
listen. Go for the crit!
Listen, my mental, turn in my mind was, what, panic, wait, I don't have one.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always armor it up, But anyway.
Well, why not just armor your whole body by putting it inside a cylinder?
I don't know.
Why don't you just encase yourself in molten steel?
I was about to recommend some sort of knight armor with a knight colostomy tube with a fucking knight
an
armored bag
cylinder.
But let's just keep it simple. Just just put it in a geometric shape. Yeah. Well, you don't need to do things, really.
So, gang, I just want to take an aside. My personality is what you get when somebody has many unfounded assumptions that just never come up for decades, and then it's too late. It's far too late now.
Well,
this can't be fixed.
No, it can't.
I don't even know where I would start.
And it's really exacerbated by the fact that you've been given a platform to allow it to stew further.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is usually supposed to be cut off by the harsh, cold reality of real life.
And people are like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
And then it gets cut, and then it never gets to,
But here we're in a situation where it's like, I'm as crazy as can be, and people, yes, more!
And it gets to stew in its juices.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
400 degrees.
Yeah. Every time this has happened in entertainment, it's always ended really well.
Now listen, if you guys want, if anybody out there understands how vile we are, and everyone around you doesn't understand, I understand. You're disgusting. And we're going to have to make it through that.
If only you could just swallow the bleach. So that it would just
That's the end of that video.
Cleanse.
By the way.
Yeah.
And then on New Year's Eve, every man, woman, and child will each drink a cup of bleach, and the earth will be clean forever.
Clean, yeah. It's just, how do you clean out the inside of
Don't drink bleach.
Yep.
You'll die. And your body gets really gross after you die.
You're probably not a fan of the microbiome that's keeping you alive.
I am somewhat fascinated on the fact that due to the nature of surface area, more of my body is external forces than my own body. Mm-hmm. At which point I have to wonder, is anyone even a human?
Yeah. No, you're being piloted.
It's really...
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a biology or a philosophy question, but it's really pretty fascinating.
You're being piloted by Flora.
Yeah.
Totally. Let's take a quick word from our sponsor. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Unauthorized Bread. You're halfway through this podcast. You're probably already thinking about what to listen to next. Here's a suggestion. Check out the audiobook edition of Unauthorized Bread, available now on Google Play. In this new novella from best-selling author Cory Doctorow, and the forthcoming Radicalized, you'll be transported to the near future America, where technology is tightly controlled and danger lurks. It all starts off with Salima, who is just out of a refugee detention center and freshly moved into subsidized housing in Boston. While happy for a room of her own, all is not well. Selima discovers every system and every appliance is locked and strictly regulated, including a toaster that only accepts authorized bread. The situation quickly spirals out of control. It's a tale of young and downtrodden fighting against all odds to survive and prosper. The science fiction audiobook is brilliantly read by actress Lamise Isaac. So start listening today. The audiobook edition of Unauthorized Bread by Cory Doctorow is available now at Google Play.
Thanks, Unauthorized Bread.
Yeah.
I also want to thank whoever wrote that ad copy for their faith in us that this would be the halfway point of the podcast.
Right. Yeah.
The podcast hasn't even technically started.
This is correct.
The real podcast.
Yeah.
We're in the pre-show still.
Yeah. Yeah, pre-gaming it. All right, well...
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what is disgusting? Zombies and the undead.
Except for that one.
Huh?
That one's all right.
Oh, I don't like this.
It's here. Deal with it. So, yeah, had a week, and this week consisted of, if we're gonna, yeah, we can work it that way. The Resident Evil 2, that was played.
That is a proper, I would call that experience a toe dip.
It's really interesting how, I went back over to kind of just look at some of the thoughts and the feedback and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And, on the way I was playing, and of course there was definitely a large amount of like, dude, you're turning it into the Souls like crawl through.
Oh yeah,
right. You're doing the resident snail or whatever.
I don't even know what to call that one. There's no real easy.
Yeah. But like the point is, they're going like, dude, what are you doing, right? And I'm just kind of like, do you not remember the first 10 minutes of the video of the stream?
No. Well, often, many times, people literally were not actually there.
Okay. Well, if you're like, why is Wooly playing so slow and going so... And I'm like, one, brand new franchise. So don't even know. But two, go watch me play the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And see how the other way was going. And then I went, oh, that's not what the game wants me to do.
It's funny because I was just thinking about this like before you went on this particular track. And I was like, it's funny because... most times this particular type of experience isn't actually visually seen, and that is I literally don't even know what this genre actually is. Right? Like the same thing of like no one really sees anyone's actual first touch on a fighting game. And I mean like the first time ever. Or it did happen with the Souls series, but even that is like an action RPG, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, there are like decades of implicit knowledge here that you have zero access to. And the number one that stands out to me the most is that very early on in Wooly's stream, you got really bit a lot and were very damaged. And just mentally assumed that when you got back to the main hall, you would be healed. And
I assumed there was a reset point.
Right.
Yeah.
And like that is the actual opposite of not just the genre's history, but even of its stated goals.
Right.
And the fact that you don't know that is like the real like, oh, we're at actual zero here on knowledge.
And it's something that's always interesting is the phenomenon of knowing a map or knowing what's ahead, knowing what you're supposed to look for, knowing and so on, and like remembering what it's like for everything to be fog, right? Like once it's not fog to you, it's just a matter of memorable encounters and puzzles in different locations.
Well,
and that's that.
A Resident Evil speedrun is, or even a competent run through, it's a series of math equations.
Right. But like it's so when it's actual fog that I'm walking into, right? Like things like don't run or the lickers will hear you that come early on, then make me go, well, now I'll never know if a licker is in an area that I've been to. I don't know. So if I start running, I might get jumped.
Yeah.
So let me stop running in this area. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know the encounter nature of how to even begin.
Occasionally, overlong explanations. It's like, listen, you're getting the explanation on like liquor's not going to move between a room.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you would become hyper cautious, even more so, because you would think they'd be able to leave and thus not denote certain areas as safe or less safe or whatever.
Even Souls games, when you first touch them, like once you understand the rules, then you get to get really comfortable with them, and then you are skating through as you know the rules, right? And so that's
even if progress is slow,
Yeah.
it's comparative skate.
Right. So at this point, I'm assuming the rules are all out to get me until proven otherwise.
They often are.
Yeah. So like when I'm told like a method of avoiding a problem, I'm going to assume I should employ that, you know? And otherwise like and at the same time like knowing which items to prioritize when it comes to knives or shells or you know what I mean, and bullets or damage and that sort of thing. It's like these are all resources that you have to spend to get out of the situation.
The general,
and the answer being like, well, if I knew what the end of the game's count on each of these things was, I'd have a much more educated guess.
Well, also I can give you a very simple rule that applies to all good survival horror games.
Yeah.
An item's usefulness will inversely correspond with its rarity.
Okay.
Right? Well, is this a bullet that will kill an enemy in one hit? Good, you'll find 10.
Right.
Is this?
But you can misuse it.
Oh, hell yeah.
And how easily can you misuse it?
If you go back 20 years, you will find that the number one piece of advice in Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 guides are save the game, go explore these 5 to 10 rooms, and fucking do whatever. Now reload your save, and now with your knowledge of what's in those rooms, decide what to or what to not engage with.
That is a terrible practice for a stream.
Well, fun thing that you mentioned that, because hardcore mode in RE2 is so difficult that when Max streamed it first, that had to happen. So I vividly remember him walking out of a safe room on the east side of the map and getting bitten by a zombie that he might have been able to avoid it and going, okay, fuck it, this is a scout now. Because he had zero resources and could not afford that. So fuck it, I'm just going to go run around and see what's here until I die.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to say that the thing that makes the most sense is I started that out similar to how when we first started I keep going back to the Souls games because it's the most recent thing in memory of here's me touching a brand new genre.
Yeah.
Learning the rules from day one on camera, not knowing what's coming, right? And like the first thing you do is assume that you're playing something similar to other genres that look like this. So when the camera is here and enemies are like that,
and the name on the box necessarily implicates, in your particular experience, Resident Evil 4 or 5.
Whatever the case is. So, like, the thought that, like, hey, let me just try and run by this enemy, right, is like, that's a thing I can do in other 3D games where enemies are standing around like this. So you give it a shot, and then it turns out that doesn't work,
so
right?
That's an example I was just thinking of as we were discussing this. And what they did with that in this game is fascinating, because in the old games, zombies, like, their awareness and ability to, like, in their vicinity was poor. Right?
You could actually kite around them?
Well, it was poor to make up with the fact that physically moving your character around them
was difficult.
Was very difficult.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Yeah, okay.
To add there's a room, right? The last room in the original game before you hit the RPD front doors, and that room is still in this game. It's the one where you run by the school bus and then you turn right and you go in through the front doors. That had 8 zombies in it. It's like the most dangerous room in the game, and there is an S pattern that you can run,
okay,
so they don't touch you. But with the camera and the way you control and the fact that the camera shifts halfway in the middle of that makes that really, really hard.
Yeah, okay.
But here, where you have naturalized, clear, common sense 3D movement of your character,
it'd be way
that
too
would
easy.
be trivial.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
So what they do
yeah.
is they have zombies have a wider detection cone, a larger launch, etc., etc., etc.
And so you end up being like, yeah, because otherwise you could just kite through patterns on enemies and just sprint where you need to go and so on. Yeah, that makes sense. But all that to say, so that was a like, okay, now I understand this part of it, right? And then the way the bullets and all that other stuff, you know, kind of comes into play. And then there comes a level of like, all right, now there's an enemy that punishes you for running. And,
very strongly.
And is a very difficult enemy. So this is not something where you can deal with the problem when you get to it.
I should mention those were massively buffed over the old games. Like, they were not that tough.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Now they're not mini bosses, but they're like below a mini boss, right?
Yeah.
So like if there was a mini boss, essentially, it is like you don't want to sprint for convenience and then encounter the problem later and then deal with it, because that's fuckery.
Yeah.
You're gonna spend your entire fucking equipment getting out of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So so then caution becomes the way, right?
And then on top of that, afterwards becomes like mental, like a lot of it's tough because it's one of those things that people don't really talk about, but you know, backtracking and all that, it's looked down upon in games. Backtracking is actually core to this genre, because the whole point of backtrack is I need to go back to this area. I know that this area is danger, and then your brain goes, what is the actual safe path or safest path I can route to that destination? And then the game will know that that's the safest path and then often fuck with it.
Now, from a learning perspective, right, trial and error teaches you how to do things.
Yep.
This is what humans are good at.
Yeah.
So going too fast, I've learned the mistake. That hits me. So then I'm like, okay, cool. Caution.
Well, that's
right?
a lot of that is actually just straight up stream/LP blindness.
Sure. But the point is, though, is that like you switch gears now, right? So I'm like, okay, drop it back from 5 to 1.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you're like, well, if caution is the thing the game is trying
of the day, yeah,
is the thing that the game is trying to teach me right now, then let's embrace that, right?
Yeah.
Now the thing is that how cautious is too cautious? Well, you can go maximum cautious, and you'll still make progress.
Absolutely.
Right? It will probably be not as fun to watch if you are crawling through things.
The number one piece of advice I'd give to anyone who plays this game, regardless of their experience, is that in terms of noise generation and enemy awareness, all of your different walk speeds are the same. There's only walking and running.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only two different states.
The actual speed is based on how quickly you want to approach this situation.
Yeah, but the noise generation and whatever is literally just, did you click your analog stick in or not?
So all that to say that it's like you can go maximum cautious on Gear 1 and it'll probably make it a lot less interesting, but ultimately you'll be safe and things will be fine. And the game is basically allowing you to be as cautious as need be, because that's what it's now encouraging. I'm thinking like, well, mentally turn that up to Gear 2 and then sometimes 3 for the purposes of just making some progress and getting a move on. But I'm doing this without the comfort of like
genre knowledge
and learning, right? And so what I'm fully expecting, of course, is that the introduction of Mr. X will then make it so that it's like, no, you got to go back to Gear 4 now, right? I'm fully expecting that you cannot be that cautious anymore when that becomes a thing.
So I'm going to assume you've seen at least one piece of footage of Mr.
Zero.
X. You've never seen...
People have sent me at least 50 clips, including all the DMX stuff and whatever, and I've never clicked play on any of them because I'm like, I don't want to see this.
That's actually really cool.
Right? Here's the thing. What I have seen is the fucking Ganon Down airdrop.
Yeah, that from the original, you mean?
saw that thing. And then... from
okay.
From Lythero.
Yeah.
And I've seen... And I know from the original game that he pursues you, and we talked about how he pursued you in the old game.
So you're aware that he
podcasts.
exists in the police station.
I am aware he exists, and I'm aware that he pursues you. So based on that knowledge,
your assumption is correct.
Yeah.
It is. Listen, you know this generalized layout.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. So I'm definitely assuming that's going to be the case. So all I can really say is like, knowing myself and knowing the fact that like, especially when you're on and you're going, you're not getting to dedicate all of your brain to really actually internalizing. I mean, there's an actual pause button that I can use to stare at that map when I need to. I know that this time frame when the game lets me drop the gear back to 1, 2, or 3 is where I'm supposed to be memorizing the map.
Absolutely. 100%.
That's my assumption. Okay.
Yes.
So
you have correctly deduced the entire gameplay loop of like 70% of that game.
Fantastic.
Which is and it's why Scrub Quotes was Mr. Scrub Quotes X for a while.
Right.
Because the people going, Mr. X ruins the game. I just want it's like, no.
Yes.
You've already been to the police station.
Yes.
That entire part of the game was supposed to be you learning what the place is. Yeah. So that then the game goes, okay, now do it fast.
Right. So based on that assumption being correct, now with you confirming that, it solidifies my thought, which is anyone asking me to go faster when I'm supposed to be learning this thing is being unreasonable.
Well, it's the kind of thing and this game has every kind of weird possible
because I'm in the caution learning phase.
It has every possible weird variable of speed ever, which is I went slowly through it, but even that was with the generalized knowledge of what enemy types are in the game, how the game expects me to want to play it, extensive like research testing with the demo with every kind of thing. And there was one thing in that demo that I found was not accurate in the real game, which was fascinating to me. There is a specific animation in the demo when a zombie attacks you from a 90-degree angle as you were sprinting. And your character literally takes an arm and pushes them down like it's football, right? In the base game, in normal and hardcore, or standard and hardcore, they do that animation, and then the zombie like gets you and knocks you to the floor.
Right.
That animation only works like that in assisted mode on easy.
Okay.
In which you actually have like a fucking 45-degree cone to the sides of your character that if you're sprinting perpendicular,
you can stiff
the
arm.
zombies will just fucking fall down.
Okay.
And that's fascinating that they actually changed even like little minute details like that.
Yeah.
But like it's a remake of an existing game.
Yeah.
Right? And then obviously that's going to change because the further you get into the game, the RPD layout is very familiar, right? They've added a room here, they've added a room there, they've remixed this hallway, whatever, right? The later areas are more or less completely brand new in terms of layout and design. So all of that just disappears.
Yes, but you are learning unreasonably slow, says the chat.
Learn faster!
It is different when you're streaming, man.
No,
it's
Wooly.
different.
No.
Like, you don't, it's not the same thing.
You know what one of my favorite things ever is? Like, we have tons of particularly artists that we talk to on Twitter and they make the art. Hey, oh, that's great. And then every now and then, you get a little DM. Boop. You go, hey, man, I just want to say, I streamed yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. No, we talked about this not long ago. How it's like, it doesn't happen often, but every once in a while someone gives it a shot, and then they go, holy fuck, my mic didn't work, the stream dropped, and then when I came back, I was so paranoid about that, and then the talking part,
and then
that I
myself.
I couldn't even I couldn't play the game, and it was just like, wow, and I was like, yeah, that's a little bit of like, I'm glad you shared this.
Oh yeah, I love it.
If only we could use the
I'm the best.
The point of view gun to shoot and just spray that ray all around so that everybody gets it. But yeah, it's so you're fighting against a lot of things. You're fighting against like the reduction. Anyway, it's all Johns at the end of the day.
Oh yeah.
But it's just that, like, but it's just like, yeah, you're fighting against the extra stream situation in addition to the map.
It's all Big Johns.
So I'm ultimately like, no, I think I'm doing fine, and I think like I didn't die, and I'm like, I saw like there was later on. I went back and I was like, motherfuckers were like, yo, wagers on whether Wooly makes it to the RPD without dying or not, type of thing. And
you got a little dicey there for a second.
Yeah, it did, you know. And I was like, okay, all right, see how that's going. And currently, the overwhelming thought is, oh man, Mr. X is gonna fuck up Wooly when that happens. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, or maybe I'll get lucky, or maybe I won't.
My favorite part about all of that is that when I streamed it the first time, I think almost all of my early deaths, I can't quite remember, were I didn't have to take that damage and then just walked into the enemy over and over and killed myself to reload the save and go, okay, now I'm going to do it right.
Yeah.
And the other thing
that's Ikaruga
is
for me.
that I was talking to some people right before I came over, and I was like, I know it. I think the quote is, I know it in my heart, Wooly's going to end up with 0 shells before that first boss fight. I just know it. He's going to get that shotgun, and he's going to use it on every zombie he encounters until that boss fight. And he's going to walk into that boss fight with 0 to 3 shotgun shells. And I came over, and I'm like, yeah, knew it. Just like because... Especially when you first got it.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, it's a powerful weapon. And you said exactly what I knew you were going to say, which is what every single new player ever would say is, yeah, but I got the new gun. I want to use it. Well, which is weirdly enough what the demo was used for in a lot of people's minds, where they're like, oh, I can use a shotgun and not have to worry about my progress in the main game.
So here's the thing. And I like this. I mean, it's surprising to explain this, but I guess you have to when you're seeing cold versus informed, right?
Yeah.
You pick up a shotgun, you have a new gun in a video game.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
Yep.
Think of how you pick up a gun in Last of Us and how you use it, right?
And usually by the time, and I think it was the case for you, by the time that you get that shotgun, it has 4 shells in the thing, so you can load it.
Yeah.
And you've probably picked up 3, 6. You have like 10 shots.
Now, what it actually is a new spell.
Yeah.
With 4 uses.
Yeah.
It is a lightning spear.
I've been running around with magic missile, and that's been doing me fine.
Yes.
Now I have obtained fireball.
I know it is lightning spear. It has 4 uses.
Yeah.
And this is for these situations, right? And you're like, okay, cool. And it's like the test use is already too much.
Yeah.
You know? And like, don't you dare fucking miss, right?
And so here's the other thing is that particularly, so both characters have completely different weapons. Like even their handguns are different on a very significant manner. Leon's shotgun does have the head explosion near guarantee, which makes it actually really, really useful. There's a use case that the game is actually really good at, which is I know that zombie's going to wake up, but it's not awake right now. So you're just going to walk right over and just clip the model of the shotgun into their mouth
when you already know though it's gonna wake
and go pop.
Yeah, right.
And then it's like, well, I know I didn't waste any ammo because I took exactly the one that I needed.
Because you already knew that one was getting up.
So, you remember at the very end of your stream, there was the zombie that was on the floor in the jail cell area.
Yeah.
And how you tested it.
Yeah.
And every time I run the game now, I just walk up, bam.
Yeah. Yeah.
That zombie doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly. So no, that makes perfect sense. And I mean, there's no reason to, not no reason, but it's like the chances that you're going to assume upon picking up a shotgun that this was the case are pretty slim, ultimately. So yeah.
So here's where it gets extra meta. There are rules in RE2. Well, no, not rules. Implications.
Yeah.
For how things are to be done in RE2. Based off of the original, but those rules are actually based upon implication or foreknowledge from RE1, where the shotgun actually took an enormous amount of time and effort to acquire, and for Chris, that was the only gun he had extra for 90% of that game.
Okay.
Right?
Now, if I recall correctly, the mag in the previous Action RE games was still a fucking amazing weapon.
Yeah, of course it was.
And it's also the wall bouncer in Marvel 3. So that thing...
No, it's not. Wait, with Chris?
Chris.
Okay, because
He
Wesker doesn't have the.
No, not Wesker. Chris pulls out the mag and he shoots you and you bounce off the fucking wall with it.
Of course you do.
Yeah. So that makes me go, this is not Lightning Spear. This is fucking whatever.
This is Soul Inferno.
Something ridiculous. Yeah. So I'm expecting
Like,
an even bigger level of rarity.
There will be no
that.
test case with the mag.
With the mag. Yeah, I believe that. I in fact, I bet you that, like, everyone knows the exact number of bullets that exist in the game.
Well, no, because the game actually futzes with you.
Okay.
And watching that happen was amazing. Watching for example, Wooly shot and critted 5-6 zombies. Wow! I wish that happened to me. Because the better you do, the less that happens. And the more resources it takes from you.
I actually saw someone describing it in detail that said it's a point system that starts at 5, and every time you miss, it goes down by like a whatever number, like a part of a point or something. Every time you get a headshot, it goes up by a point or something, and then like you kill a zombie and it goes up by 3.
It is
you can be on difficulty 10.
Extraordinarily complex system.
Yeah, but it's basically a number that's at 5, and it just keeps swinging up and swinging down depending on how successful you're being and whatnot. And then you get the modifiers.
And it is made that way so that if you are having the absolute most disastrous run conceivable and walk into a boss with actually nothing, there is enough ammunition in that room to statistically, not realistically, but to statistically kill that boss. I have dumped,
and karma's in your favor.
I have dumped, and I shit you not, more than twice as much of the ammunition you put into that boss before it died. I could not believe, and I bet there is an extra hidden value where if you have actually no resources, every bullet gains power as you go. Because you killed that boss with like 2 bullets left in your gun.
Yeah. For the sake of a genre that is attempting to recreate tension in these scary movies, that's a really cool design mechanic.
Yeah, especially since in the old games, you could put yourself in a situation... Oh, game's uncompletable.
Yeah.
Game's actually straight up uncompletable.
Yeah.
But in those games, aiming was trivial.
But you get
right?
Yeah. But it's like, besides adaptive difficulty, it's also like a tension creator, which is something that the genre benefits from. So that's a really cool idea. Yeah, man, shit was awesome. Shit was very good, and
that game, and this is the, I said it before, but now you have more context. Your experience with that game now feels just like it would have been had you gotten on the train back in '98.
I have expectations of this series that are very, very not what a couple things that I expected that I didn't get. Especially, and I mean, some of this is colored by playing 4 and 5 first.
Weird,
but
just weird.
Overall amount of zombies encountered way lower than expected.
Yeah,
like there is a precise count to the obstacles you're running into.
There's like 125 enemies in the game.
It's almost like running through turtles and Goombas.
Oh yeah.
In this set way, as opposed to just like hordes.
Oh
right?
Yeah.
Because you play a game like Left 4 Dead and you get a very different impression of what enemies are.
No, like a room that it like there's a room that you're not going to encounter because you're playing as Leon with Claire. I don't know. It's a room the size of your living room. The size of this podcast room with like your kitchen. There's 3 zombies in it.
Yeah,
it's insanely dangerous.
Yeah.
Because there's 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
And surely, of course, there's the set moments or set modes where that goes through the roof and whatnot. Yeah. But for the most part, the regular game had a lot less than I expected there to be. But the reason being, of course, is that
their durability is super high.
They're an issue. Yeah.
Right, and it's something that I really like because I feel like the reason why the zombie enemy, which is like one of the most standard fodder enemies possible, lost its power as an enemy type, is specifically because of games like Left 4 Dead. It's like, this is fodder. This is fodder. Yeah. Whereas in the classic Resident Evil, maybe not so much in 3 for some reasons, but like one enemy is supposed to be crap. 2 enemies is supposed to be like, oh shit. Right?
The one thing I can feel in advance right now is 2 enemies or 3, and they're not the same type. That sounds like a nightmare to deal
you
with.
actually technically already encountered that. You just delayed it in a way that made that encounter much more reasonable.
Because it was 1 and then 1.
Yeah.
But the simultaneous.
Yeah, what about 1 and then 1 and then 1?
Yeah, right.
Because that's the actual nightmare.
Because then you're actually possibly running out of what you need.
Yeah.
You know, so that's true too. But otherwise, fucking great experience. Fantastic.
Also, in terms of visuals, when RE2 came out, and this is tough to understand now, but that pre-rendered background shit with the high-quality PS1 model, holy shit! Go look at RE2 in 98, and go look at even how primitive Metal Gear Solid looks next to it, right? Like, that was the fucking cutting edge of what games look like.
Yeah, but I mean also FF7 backgrounds, right? Like
it was a common type of environment. And now you look at this and you're like, wow, holy shit, that is gorgeous. That is one of the best looking games I've ever seen. It's so pretty. That engine is good.
Looking forward to that. And and it's interesting to be so critical of like my actions in like one sitting as opposed to just sitting down and fucking doing it and getting a raw impression. But you know,
the raw impression would have looked very different and would have ended the same way, which was without me there, you would have just ballparked solutions upon retries.
I mean, I might have found myself in a situation where it's like, oops, you're low on knives, or whatever, you know? Like, oh, I was walking around I was using a bunch of green herbs when I shouldn't have, you know, or something like that. Like, I was using 2 green herbs to get myself back up to fine instead of spraying it.
Yeah.
Because it seemed more valuable or whatever. But, yeah.
I forget who I was talking to. But I was like, if you don't finish a Resident Evil game with a item storage box, literally with 20 plus full heals, then you did it wrong. Like, ideally, you should be going into that final boss with so many full heals that you can't even bring all the full heals you have because you have so much. You have so many full heals that you didn't use because you saved them. You refused to use those resources.
So, besides that...
Oh, one last thing.
Yep.
This is a genre that takes the RPG mechanic of I can't use that, what if I need it later, and turns it into its actual primary gameplay.
Right.
And after like being a big survival horror game fan, makes that impulse way stronger in other games. Because it's like, well, no, I could never use that Mega Elixir.
Yeah, I'm fucking Mega Elixirs every time.
Mega Elixirs are meant to be saved.
But you have 82 of them.
Doesn't matter.
So
I had like 5 or 6 Somas going into the final boss of Persona 4, and I used 0 of them because I was like, what if I need them for the final boss?
Yeah. Well, for me, my plan initially was, oh yeah, motherfucker, well, I'm gonna get a magic mirror, and I'm gonna get an attack mirror,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna just put these fuckers on, and you can eat shit.
Damn.
And then boss is like, yeah, how about Megadolion?
Oh no.
And you're like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah.
They're like, nah, you don't get away for free.
The nuclear element later changed to the almighty element. In the original games, that element was nuclear.
Because it's like, they give you 2 items that go, yeah, you're invincible. This covers you from everything, and this covers you from everything. But there's one other thing, though. So, the other bit, and not as much to say on this, except Capcom, Devil May Cry 5, new demo.
Similar, very similar to the old demo, right?
Very, very similar. Only really looking at 3 changes. One being the introduction of the shop, and the managing of your arms, and the mission start screen. 2 being the punchline in being available to try out.
Fucking awesome.
And 3 being the encounter by the fountain, which is a new one. So, man,
Encounter by the fountain.
The right before you run indoors.
Oh, the greeds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They were not there in the first demo.
Oh, that sucks because that's the best fight in the demo.
Yeah, that's the real fight where you get to try out shit because they have some life. I mean, the indoor fight with the greeds, is a close quarter, and you know what I mean. You get to have that like room version of combat.
Yeah.
But yeah, the greed fight by the fountain is fantastic. I agree. So that was a really...
The only thing I don't like about that demo is enemies need... Like, I feel like that's on the normal or whatever difficulty. Like, the hey, are you not familiar with Devil May Cry? Because those bug enemies just don't have enough health to really go hard on.
Well, they're puppets.
Yeah.
And not only are they puppets, they're the puppets that you fight at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Right? The ones that just kind of stand around and stare at you. So, they're meant to be style beasted upon, you know? And then the actual... Kuni, I believe. The Kuni are the ones that you're supposed to actually fight and look out for.
That game has, like, from watching the footage, that game has so many enemy types. It blows my mind. Every time I looked at footage of that game, I saw a new enemy type. There are dozens and dozens. Including that one from the IGN footage a while ago, I want to say like a year ago, that I'm like, hey, Wooly, look at this. That's a Nello Angelo as an enemy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like, there are... and my brain... You know what my brain goes? Like, oh my God, on fucking a hard mode or Son of Sparta mode or fucking whatever, that fountain fight or whatever, it's just going to be filled with endgame enemies to just fucking dance on.
For sure. And we've already seen at least 5 or 6 bosses, just through the footage and the trailers and whatnot.
By the way, that you know the fucking theory that boss, the laser boss, is Lucia from DMC2.
I didn't know that theory. No.
Oh, you didn't? Really? You know in one of the original trailers where fucking Nero is where it first shows off Punchline.
Oh, where it's the same the transformation of Lucia. Yes.
You see the lipstick.
Wait,
right?
yeah.
Do you remember what Lucia's Devil Trigger looks like?
Angel thing.
No, bird-like thing.
Yeah.
It looks just like that thing.
Wait, it there's cues in it that are similar to Angelo Credo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, yay.
I did see that possibility.
Are we gonna get the girls as extra playable characters? Come on, man.
Timeline updated.
That game has 7 characters it could have eventually.
It could, but the potential is there.
7's a lot.
So, the as far as the demo goes, Punchline is just as fucking awesome as every other Devil Breaker in the game.
I want to say that Punchline was created of... We want to give Nero a real impact.
We want to give him a real impact, and we want to give him, like...
Round trip.
Yeah, exactly. So now you get to style from a distance and do... Now you get to do something and make a decision, and then you get to fucking real impact. And why not, fuck it, you get to do extra nonsense in the air.
Fine, whatever.
Because, like, me getting used to, like, the way he's surfing on it and the way you control that, it's very finicky. Yeah. It's not easy to control the surfing and turning and whatnot. Like, you kind of go a little bit too fast. You have to kind of, whoa. And then you shoot it out and detonate it when you do the punchline surf mechanic. But there is a video that I retweeted.
Oh, I saw that. Hey, did you know that when he does the flip, it actually is a launcher for enemies?
Holy
no, I didn't know that.
Fuck.
I didn't know that.
So just very, very quick and brief, jumping on it, surfing to launch. And you're doing your guard flying without it being a bug. Mm-hmm. Right? You're doing guard flying type aerial maneuvering. You're dogfighting in the air. And it is not a bug. It's intended because also enemy step allows you to stay in the air as long as you want. And you can then snatch them back up to you. So as long as they have life, you get the ability to reset your actions and keep it going, and it's nonsense. It's fucking amazing.
So
the ceiling for skill with just that arm alone is now
brain
way higher.
Just clicked two disparate pieces of information together.
Yep.
And I think I may have just accidentally figured out part of the design process on some of those moves in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So back when DMC3 came out, they did an interview in which they talked about the trailer, and the trailer had a lot of the first cutscene in the game in it, where Dante's fighting the prides in the bar, and Dante at one point jumps on the enemy, kicks off, and then starts spinning and shooting. Right, and it was a large point of pride
that
for the development staff that you could do that.
Yeah,
and they said we wanted it to feel like everything that Dante can do in those cutscenes, you can do in game.
Yes.
But there were two things that you couldn't. You couldn't ride the missile like you do after you fight Cerberus, and you couldn't swing around a motorcycle like you did going up the building. And I'm going, and I'm like, sure enough, in DMC5, you can ride a missile like you did in that cutscene, and you do get a motorcycle weapon that you can swing around like you did in that cutscene.
So there is now nothing you cannot do that cutscene Dante can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that's like a decade of like, you know what really bugged me? That you could never throw the motorcycle around or whatever.
You can't shish kebab stinger a bunch of enemies into like one line, but and I mean, you know, as Virgil, you can't pick bullets up and fucking toss them.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you don't. You honestly don't. Not that anything would be firing bullets at you
that.
For the most part, but well, yeah, I don't know that either. Anyway, that is a really, really handy fucking breaker. Nico is awesome. I love hanging out in the van. I'm a huge fan of those loading screens or not the loading screen, the mission start screen where Nero's just kind of hanging out, just going, oh, is it done yet? I don't know what's going on. Oh, jeez.
So that's gotta be a high quality video game. I have very little to add to the thoughts that you put out on the podcast a while ago when you played the first demo, other than even with your exhaustive description of how much heavier Nero and particularly Blue Rose the gun feels, I was still massively unprepared for what a boom that pistol has. It feels heavier than most game shotguns.
It's heavier than Coyote A.
It is ridiculous.
It is beefy. It is a beefy shot.
Like almost every enemy suffers visible stun states upon being shot with your default gun.
And the explosion holds them in place. It's so beefy that it holds them in place as you recoil and do your next action.
Oh, also, fooling around with that game's taunts, amazing. They took the best part of taunts and they looked at the people who would beat Bloody Palace and do the S-rank taunt so that Nero would just play his guitar forever.
Yeah.
And they go, well, what if he puts the hoodie up and he keeps the hoodie on until he takes a hit for the entire level?
Right.
What if he loads his gun in the taunt and the enemy visibly recoils from the animation and then the gun is loaded?
Yep.
Like,
or what if the vroom vroom actually gives you
a rev charge?
Yep.
And
Rainbow does damage.
And they took the right taunts and put them in the right place, because my favorite taunt in the game is a D rank taunt. And it's the start of the fight, which one wants to play.
Yeah.
And then he walks forward a little bit and you're instantly at C rank to start.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's really, really like there's an incentive to do a taunt within each rank, and then do the next thing.
Did you notice? You know, he has one where he gets on one knee, puts his arms out, and goes shh. Did you notice what happens to the game? The game's audio drops by about 50%.
I did not notice. No.
Go next time you do it. Listen real careful.
Yeah.
Because the game gets significantly quieter because the game stops.
That is incredible.
Did you see the footage of fucking V's taunts that got out?
No.
2 of them got out. He plays a fucking air violin
Okay.
Right? Just like Nero's guitar taunt, but with a violin. And he starts tap dancing with his cane like it's show tunes. He's a fucking prick. It's the best.
But he's still styling on people.
Yeah.
Even with his uptight bullshit. That's awesome.
It's so good.
That's fantastic. Like someone who wouldn't taunt, what would your taunts be? Yeah. Yeah, I love it. And we need a full system of them, including possibly mid-air versions.
Yeah. I'm sure a bunch of his taunts are going to be position dependent with the summons.
I hope they taunt too.
I assume they would.
Shoutouts to Riding High. Big fan of that. And the fact that it has a function now where you can now let go of the trigger. And that if that's a bug, it's a bug that's probably staying in there because it lets you free up your fingers. And that's really, really
What's that,
handy.
sorry?
So when you do the air taunt or when you do rainbow, the drop kick, you can let go of your charged gunshot.
Okay.
And then it stays charged until you fire it.
That's probably a bug, but they probably were like, oh yeah, cool.
It's the best.
That in. Yeah.
It's the best.
That's a bug as a feature.
You don't have to hold anymore.
Because I was talking to somebody when I was playing demo. I was like, how do I charge Blue Rose and not fire off a shot so I can have the 3 stocked up?
I mean, the answer is you just hold it.
Yeah, well,
But-
the whole time, like that's like because I want to do all sorts of stuff and jump and
Well,
like,
that's remember we talked about putting the blue rose on the trigger?
yeah,
So I got used to that now.
yeah,
And I see the absolute benefit for
yeah,
sure.
And now it's actually way less useful now than it used to be because it acts differently now. Because the level 3 charge used to cause a pop up and then a second pop up.
Okay.
Right?
Well, in this case, it's still incredibly handy.
Yeah.
But the problem is just like finger dexterity starts to be at a premium.
Yeah.
You know, like you're like, man, I need that lock on R1 button. And
Apparently, Streak also works.
Okay.
Which, yeah, okay, that's the one.
There you
Then
go. While
Streak,
fighting.
Shuffle, Excalibur probably all
Right,
work.
long animations, just let go in between there. So anything that lets you just let go, fantastic.
I also discovered when I was playing it, I guess I do have more to say than I thought, but I discovered when I was playing it that I had a really specific style of X acting, where when I watched you do stuff, you were trying to get every single one, and I was like, I min-maxed mentally what that is, and what I did is that instead of doing that, I picked certain swings to really, really, really learn.
Okay.
So that I could get the good move that I wanted. So Nero's second air swing is the easiest move in the entire game to X-act.
Helm splitter for me.
Oh yeah, well okay, it's gonna vary, right? But his second, like when he pop him up and you go what, right?
Yeah.
That third hit will knock them away. But that's the swing that you would do before you do Excalibur in the air or Helm Splitter or Roulette. So I'm always gonna have EX Roulette or EX Helm Splitter or
So I
Split rather, not Helm Split.
So there are ones that you get easier timings on, and I feel those out anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just taking the bonus on the ones that may or may not come out.
So like the
right.
second swing on the ground as well, the one that you would do
Yeah, the delay
before combo C.
Exactly.
So that combo C, that spin that hits twice, that gets it.
The first swing after a delay is usually guaranteed a lot of the time. Yeah. But, sometimes you're just feeling yourself and you just get that, and it just, the combo fucking looks better than ever,
Congrats. You made a character action game character that has one weapon compared to one that has 80, and it is just as good.
Yeah.
With this one weird trick.
Yeah, there was a guy that was like, man, damn it, I just hate the way Nero feels, and I was like, I want to like sit you down and talk to you to really just work this out, because I'm telling you, man, it's all there. It really is all there.
I've talked about this to you. I've talked about this to people in my Discord or whatever. I want to put it on record before it can't be before it's spoiled or whatever. What I think is going to happen to Nero's gameplay as that game goes on. I think he's going to get a devil trigger because L1 only does breakaway right now, and I feel that's kind of a waste.
We know that there's a Buster replacement arm.
Right? He's going to get Devil Trigger. You're going to hit L1 to activate it, and it will break away, and it will break that arm because his arm's going to grow back or have a phantom arm or some shit, and he will have some kind of unified combination good-ass arm moveset with it. And then at the end of it, you're going to come back out of DT, and you're going to put your next arm on.
Well, that's not insane, considering the name of his theme song.
Yeah.
The
character that doesn't have a Devil Trigger
has a theme song called Pull My Devil Trigger.
Yeah.
It would be beyond ridiculous if that were the case.
Also, can we please get the Devil Trigger that looks like the design from 4's possible Devil Trigger, which is the Devil Hoodie?
The full suit.
Because that's the shit.
The full suit would be something. They would be something. Not to mention that the theme coming back at the moment when it matters, it would be absolutely sublime. But yeah, man, that demo's fantastic.
Makes me big excited.
And here's one where we can probably tag, but Apex.
Yeah.
Apex. Put a bunch of time into that now. Got a lot of games in. I had a full talk about an experience, talk about a journey from the last time this podcast was recorded until now.
Little bit.
A lot of details, a lot of things changed. Life moves fast, as they say, and there was definitely that when stories like this happen, it becomes painfully clear the different pockets of people that only catch what you say on the podcast versus podcast plus Twitter.
Plus only
Twitter versus Twitter plus stream versus only stream, and so on and so forth, right? And so that was something where very quickly after that that really, really bummed out mood I was in on the podcast came the let's try the game out, and then came the news about the fact that Titanfall was in fact still being worked on, and that a real game that is not the VR game is being made. Although they keep saying they're experimenting,
yeah,
but still they're doing something with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course followed by the bump to Titanfall 2 servers, which I was hoping for, which we've
miraculous
confirmed on all platforms. The servers are way up. A lot of people are going back to Titanfall 2 as a result of experiencing Apex Legends because they're like, oh my god, this game is amazing. Let's go see what the other thing they did. So. Or people that knew just going back to be like, I want to try that again.
Mm-hmm.
So all in all, that's awesome that Titanfall 2 is back in the spotlight in a way that it never has been. And also, it's awesome that, Respawn after fucking making the first one, it not hitting, second one sort of hitting, but still not really hitting.
Getting killed in the womb.
The knowledge that it still exists and they have this success, and the fact that this thing was 10 million in 72 hours or whatever the fuck, it's that's nuts. That's crazy.
Oh man,
and good on them with that.
I just got a really dark joke in my mind. You wouldn't expect games by Respawn Entertainment to get spawn camped.
Yeah,
right outside the
yeah.
I'm born, and then Battlefield just bam.
There's still that sting that it took making a better version of Fortnite for this to happen.
So
that I'm
I can sum up a lot of feelings about Apex Legends with a hilarious tweet I saw, which was, hey, can you tell me why I should play Apex Legends instead of Fortnite? Yeah, when you shoot someone in Apex Legends, they don't turn into an 8-story building. Right? Because, I played some Fortnite, and I thought it was cool, and then I watched what high-level Fortnite is.
Yeah. And
it's the worst.
Construction.
It's actually,
construction
thematically
fighting.
Terrible to me. Right?
That's the part of the game I keep forgetting. exists because I'm just thinking of PUBG.
Have you seen what, like, the 1v1 at the end between the two top players looks
And they're
like?
just
They're building farther and farther into the sky because
the walls, the
you
towers.
just gotta try and get position.
Yeah.
And it looks like shit.
And you're building like nonsense structures. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite funny.
This game plays really well. I tried for days and days on PC, and I was like, I just don't have the practice and it in me, and I went from pathetic play on the PC, just embarrassing, to loading it up on PS4, immediately getting kills in a match. Like just like, I don't know if that's because PS4 players are no skill babies, or that I am also a no skill baby, or that I'm just so much used to my controller. But like when I played on the PC with my Xbox controller, was the only game I ever got kills in. Right? Like it's just I've spent too much time on. I'm more comfortable with a pad, so I'm gonna go play with all the other pad players. And I've played both versions extensively. The PS4 version on the Pro anyway has absolutely no frame rate problems of any kind. It's like around 45 when you're dropping, from the ship.
Yep.
But in gameplay, it's perfectly smooth.
So I had a similar journey. That's actually interesting because for me, the first thing I did was grab my controller and load up the PC version, play with some friends, right? But even before playing with friends, I wanted to do training, and then I wanted to just play some games randomly. I picked Pathfinder and.
Okay.
Because of course I'm gonna go for the only one that might have a maneuverable, a grappling hook.
Yeah. Also, Brobot is the shit.
So I went straight to Pathfinder, and it was just pathetic, as you said, embarrassing.
Yeah.
I couldn't do anything,
and it's like, that guy had so much more movement control than I did, or aiming control, and it's like, that's my fault because I'm playing with this method.
I was absolute dead weight. I was also like having a really salty first session.
Oh yeah.
Of not just like the effectiveness, but just being like, I jumped too early because I thought I would be able to double jump, because the similar feel of the run and slide
feels really similar.
It feels so similar. The fact that the running around feels so much like Titanfall, and the sliding part as well. I kind of go, man, it makes me jump early and then realize I don't have a double jump, and I went, so I know, reset the clock, we see it.
I look at Pathfinder and I see, he's got the grapple hook.
Yeah, there
will be a wall running character coming,
maybe,
and that will be their thing.
Maybe the fact that, so we see the video of motherfucker zipping, grappling the ground and just spinning in a full circle around the last guy.
With just cause physics.
Nonsense, right? Yeah. Absolute nonsense. So that's a thing that happens. But I picked that character, and with the controller, I'm doing nothing. I'm an anchor, not in the sense that I'm an anchor on the team as the one you rely on.
Weighing the boat
I'm
down.
weighing the boat down, and there's nothing else and it's just not helping. So there's, in addition to not being familiar at all with battle royale,
the genre again,
anything, right? Yeah. So then I go, all right, I play some games with some friends. So, again, similarly, like embarrassing results, can't hit shit. Everything's just outclassing me, and that's the end of that. I decide to install the PS4 version just to know.
Yep.
Is this really just the mouse versus controller Quake situation again?
Yep.
Or not? And just like with Overwatch, load up PS4. Oh yeah, no, totally.
That's exactly what's happening
on PS4. I'm my aim.
We are console children.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not a shooter. In general, my aim is lower than the average person that plays more shooters in general.
Yeah, totally, sure.
But still, I was not completely worthless.
Yeah.
As a,
I killed the guy.
I got exactly. I hit the target.
Or in the fights that you lose, I got to shoot them.
I did the thing a little bit, and I went, okay, so there's that. Plus, they're not hitting you as dead on as well.
Yeah.
Right. So their aim is a lot less, and then you have the fact that you're possibly just playing with children.
Well, I streamed it and was having a miserable time in that like it's just so bad, and everyone's like, dude, just play it on PS4. Max is playing it on PS4 right now. And I kind of have to admit, I am a little embarrassed how much that particular part made it okay in my mind.
Your brain?
When I went and downloaded it and started up my first match and was like, do you want to invite your friend Maximilian Dude to play with it? I'm like, no, I'm not going to send him an invite. He's streaming it right now.
Yeah.
But like the point of like, that
there.
adds legitimacy to that version in my mind.
So there, I had that moment, right? And then I remember because like Min plays Overwatch on console, for example, right? And I was like, okay, so you can play here with people on controllers, and this is controller land, and you can actually be effective because everyone else is kind of like you.
Yeah.
And
let me grab something for you. You know what's really wild about the PS4 version of Fortnite? Plug a massive fucking keyboard into it.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
Fuck.
I'm sure.
It's officially supported. It's not like a Cronus Max like hack thing. You just plug it right in.
So knowing that, then I was like, okay, so this is what it is. Load into like my first or second game, and two people just fucking disconnect.
Yep.
And I'm solo. So I'm then playing a game solo.
Yep.
Did surprisingly better than I thought I would.
Same exact thing happened to me. I got like number 4.
I got 4th.
And I was like
solo.
By myself.
Yeah. And I was like, okay. But then still went into another game. Someone fucking dropped. Loaded up another game. Dudes were yelling in Spanish. And I was like, let me turn on that voice translator thing where it turns it into text, please. And
does that turn their voices off?
It turns their voices off, and it turns what they say into chat.
That's okay. So let's
incredible.
I would like to switch gears here to talk about.
Sure.
Like, we'll get back to the gameplay. Fuck this game's gameplay. Who cares? That's not what's amazing. This game has the most impressive interface of any game I've ever seen. It is unbelievable how every single part of the interface is perfect.
As opposed to Anthem.
I did not even know that that's what it actually did. I assumed it would also have it voice and then... No, okay. I don't want to hear a fucking human being.
No, it turns them
ever.
off. It turns them off.
Right?
I don't want to hear the ruffling of your chair or whatever is happening in the background of your house.
I'm past that point in my life.
Yep.
Right? I never want to hear another human being unless it's somebody in my Discord. Right? So, they must realize that is a really common sentiment. Because this game's ping system means you don't ever have to hear another human being ever again. Everything that you would ever need to do in this game is adequately and quickly resolved by that ping system.
Yep.
Hey, dude, did you know that you can go into your inventory and then cursor over the ammunition type for the gun you're using
and say,
go,
hey, I need ammo.
I need heavy ammo.
Yeah.
If you see any heavy ammo, please ping it.
You can not only can you say I need heavy ammo, you can say I need a heavy ammo extended clip.
Yeah. Do you have any? And usually a teammate will just throw it on the floor. You pick it up, and when you pick it up, the game goes hit down on the D-pad to thank them, and your character will go, "Hey, thanks, man!" In their unique.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Like holy shit.
Like the thing that Overwatch doesn't have.
The thing that no other game has anything like.
But
this.
Could have absolutely crushed if it did.
Yeah.
To just, hey, let's go over here. I agree. I'm looting over here. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I found this.
Cool.
Yeah.
and
enemy spotted. Where? Right there.
Right there. So the one that gets me, and it's so weird because it's so obvious now, but it is a line of dialogue that I would never have, a type that I would never even thought to include, which is someone has been here.
Oh yeah.
Is the most useful thing you could ever say.
But that is based on a character's ability.
No, it's not. You find an open door, you could similarly just ping the area and just tell some people have been here.
What if you ping the door being open?
No, it's hold the button down and upper left is
the general.
Someone's
yes.
been here.
Okay. Because there's also the ability,
and there's also the
tracking
specific
one.
tracking one. Yeah.
Right. So there's that. One thing that's here to stay is the Overwatch
Hero system.
the Overwatch hero system, and the Overwatch the occasional ult. Is here. Like, that's it. Between Anthem and this and fucking everything else that's doing it this way, where you get 3 things. This being broken up into passive, active, and ult is even simpler.
I actually really like the passive part of it a lot.
Yeah, it takes one learning step away for most people. Like in a lot of cases, it's like, no, don't worry about this one. Just know that the character can do it.
I just like all of their passives. I think their passives are all really good.
Yeah. Right now, I don't know. Like, I've asked some of the guys I play with if, like, hey, do you feel like comps are a thing yet? And, like, they've said no. I don't know if other people are finding differently with that, where it's like, hey, this team plus this team with these 2 characters together works really well, or
maybe
this kind of strategy. But so here's the thing. So like I said, I was on PS4 and I noticed that that's where I was being effective, right? I could have simply accepted that now I can play with other people and that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But I decided to go back to the PC then.
Yeah.
Where my friends were, and Skull God and the rest of the people and the crew were. Then they also explained the fact that, like, like at the highest level, controller versus keyboard, you just don't stand a chance. But there are people on controllers that are way better than everyone on a keyboard.
Yeah,
that are doing
absolutely.
it. And the proficiency for both is quite high. So like sticks, arcade sticks, and like controllers, there is a high level of proficiency you can attain with a controller. So don't feel that bad about it, right? If you wanted to, you could actually just learn to use that and make it work. And I was like, okay, let me do this. So I continued, and I was like, all right, it got a little bit better, but not much. And then I made a switch to Gibraltar.
Yeah.
And now
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, excuse me.
That's how it's pronounced. Apparently.
The Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah.
And now I'm playing the game.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm actively getting kills in our matches. I'm actively...
You like that gun shield, huh?
I'm shielding. I'm calling in the strikes. I'm throwing down... I'm playing modified Reinhardt.
Yeah.
For my team, but that shield is not the same because it's not a one-way shield. It's 2-way.
Yeah. So
you have to be smart about that. But basically, also, he does a partial haka.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not sure if he's he's Polynesian, but I'm not sure like what specific type of Polynesian, but either way, like,
well, he in his like animated kill, he pulls out like an obsidian mace.
It's the
like it is a proper. I'm not familiar with it.
I forget the name.
It's
of
clearly
it,
in like an islander weapon.
Yes, it's a Maori type of like sword thing that you use as well, and you can do like haka with it as well. But yeah, so that, I mean, style wise, he used the character besides the robot that I thought was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But in addition to just that, his kit, I was like, oh, I can actually help my team now. So I'm not an anchor anymore. I'm actually, and like I'm having
a human being.
Yeah, and I'm having some proud kills. Like last night, we were ziplining, and I tossed a fire grenade down while mid zipline right on top of a dude, and the line it fell in such a way where he ran through the line and died. And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting them in there. So I'm feeling like a lot better now, because I guess like Pathfinder was just not the character for me, Yeah. And the grappling feels really good, and I fucking love the abilities with it. And you can grapple people.
I think that Pathfinder's passive is the most interesting thing in the game by far.
But I was going to get to that, right?
Yeah.
So Pathfinder's passive being scout out that survey beacon and see where the ring is closing even one layer deeper.
Yeah,
is amazing.
Like, so a lot of people are saying it's not that good. It gets better the longer you're in the game. The smaller that circle gets, because eventually the circle is going to close in around a building or something. If you can be inside that fucking building,
yeah.
Holy shit.
So a lot of the early game was me, because I can't shoot and help anybody, I'm just relying on getting that survey, because I can do that. I can grapple up to a survey beacon and show you guys the map.
Yeah.
I'm helping, right? And it was like, yeah, sort of.
In the early game, it's just really not that useful.
But like, anyway, like right now, I'm like, no, being assisting in a firefight, getting kills, downing people, that's a much better use of my thing. And plus, now there's a thing where I'm like, okay, as this dude, as Gibraltar, like, feed me your ult amplifiers. Let me get that airstrike as quick as possible, so that as soon as we engage, we have one ready to go.
Yeah,
you know, and tactically, like throwing things down when people need to
heal. The ults
heal.
are actually way more powerful than I was expecting. They're really strong. They're really, really good.
His lasts a while.
Bangalore's is very similar.
Bangalore's is interesting in the sense that it's like, it's not as good because they don't explode right away, but they spread out more.
They also hurt your team.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, and it takes a while for her to get it compared to
well,
others,
what's it called? Gibraltar's is, you're all gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Right now, you're gonna fuck off.
Yeah.
And Bangalore's is, you will move. You will move from where you are.
You will not stay here. Right.
I know you're there, and you are going to move.
Right. It's interesting in how similar they are.
It's essentially a push.
But both of them are completely worthless indoors.
Well, yeah.
You know? So they're circumstantial to that degree.
Well, luckily, 95% of the game takes place out of buildings.
Yeah. So yeah, it's
I was given a decent piece of advice, which is if you have a lifeline on your team, give her the ult accelerant.
Mm-hmm.
Because high-powered defensive items for the whole team is way more useful than anybody else's.
Yeah, exactly. That
everyone's got purple shields now? Okay, we're now 200% stronger.
Yeah. That's one as well. That's like, feed the girl. Feed her.
Whereas, like, say, Bloodhounds is like, it's really, really good. But you can hold on to that until a firefight starts. It's not going to be a problem.
Caustic on the team is pretty handy in a lot of ways.
Have not played with a Caustic on my team yet.
Played with a lot of Caustics. Those grenades, those gas things are pretty fantastic and handy. So yeah, all this to say then, that the game is very good. The game is very fun. It's
really good. I'm very big enjoying it.
The game is very fun. I'm enjoying a battle royale, and I'm ultimately like, I feel good knowing that Titanfall exists as well. You know,
it is a battle royale modeled after the type of shooter that is my favorite to play.
So, this is a net win, and boy, I feel like one thing too with like the way I was reacting last week as well is that it's like, dude, you're overreacting, and it's like, well, you have to understand that what I'm reacting to is the knowledge that my franchise is dead. And that it's over.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a very different thing to now come back and go, oh, that was an overreaction. It's like, well, because it undied.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, the game existing and not having the stuff that I wanted it to have, ultimately I was still, like I said, you can go back and find, like, the first moment where I'm like, okay, well, it's weird it doesn't have it, but it's allowed to be its own thing. That's okay. But Titanfall 3 is what I really, really care about, you know? Mm-hmm. So all that to say that, yeah, man, this is something that I'm like currently at, you know, like feeling the moment. And I want to say that like the things, there were a couple steps that warmed me up, even when I kind of was like when I had no knowledge of the genre and when I wasn't really, when I was still feeling like, you know, like down about it, the things that kind of cracked me open, right? The first thing was the music.
Yeah, it's very good.
The music is incredible. And the second thing was the swelling music as you drop in as a team.
It's very dramatic.
I really, really enjoyed that immediately.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to pretend like that. No, that is rad. And dropping in these games is always a big mechanic and whatnot. Dropping in as a team while the theme it lasts just long enough so that by the time you land on foot, it's played out to it's crescendoed and then dropped out. I'm like, yeah, it makes the start of every game feel really, really dramatic, and I really enjoyed that. And then of course, you know, you don't really hear anything else until the fucking game's over.
Yeah,
you know. But like you said, the ability to ping things makes it not only is it handy so that you don't have to deal with talking to humans.
Yeah.
But it's also handy because I need cursors on my map for awareness.
Yeah.
I need things on my...
Jimmy's saying, hey, there's a guy down by the thing. It's like, okay, where is that? Where?
Right.
Where, though?
In other... So, like, when we play other games and stuff like that, it'd be like, if I'm not as familiar with this map, or I'm just... Again, I just don't have that strong level of awareness. It'll be like, under the bank, next to the bridge, he's running.
Like, what? Where is that?
Throw a nade on top of the... he's gone. And I'd be like, you know...
I literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Like,
and it's like now it's basically like throw it at the thing I just pinged, you know,
there. It's fucking right there.
Exactly. And you have the option in the settings to make it 3D or 2D.
Yep.
So you can, you know what I mean? Like there's all kinds of like extra clarity options for knowing where you're pinging.
Two things. Wait, three things about that game in terms of little. Well, not so little, but little gameplay things. So it's like, this is an amalgamation of every good idea that I can think of, as well as some new ones. So, number one is that when you drop into an area, the area is discrete to the point of it will be named and will even tell you what rarity of loot will fucking spawn there.
Shoutouts to Skulltown.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. That's really good, because in PUBG, for example, you fly into the military base. It's very dangerous. It's very likely to be a lot of players, but military base has a lot of good stuff, right? That's stuff that will take a long time to learn. Drop into the airfield at the fucking north end of the map in Apex. Purple, high tier loot in the airfield. Like, okay, great. Thank you.
Fuck it. Let's land on the airship. You done that yet?
Yeah, it's a mess.
Well, here's the deal. Land on the airship. Melee.
Just immediately start. Yeah, that's where I got my first kill.
Okay.
Because I kicked somebody the fuck off.
Exactly. Right. Pro tip.
Don't go for the guns. Just start hitting people immediately.
Different melee puts them in different positions. So the damage is the same, but when you slide, you do like an uppercut. When you jump, you do a jump kick. When you stand, you do a punch. Each thing knocks you in differently.
I think the melee system in that game is the best of any battle royale, because all the battle royales have melee shit shows when nobody has a gun and you land right next to each other, and it is terrible. It is the worst ever, right? And here, all melees have a visible long windup, do a bunch of damage, and knock back.
Yeah. So the thing is the melees are nowhere near what they were in Titanfall.
Of course not.
Right?
They can't be.
And they can't be. They can't be for what the game is. Because you're going to be in melee. You're going to be meleeing in many more situations than you originally were in there. But the fact that like it exists in that way where you can kick people off the thing is fucking sick. That's cool. And again, I like the fact that you have the like, again, the ability to like grapple them with robot. The executions are interesting because it's a big style and finish that will probably get you killed.
I really hope that was the last man in the team that you're doing.
You better confirm that it was, because otherwise, what are you doing? But if it was the last man in the team, then the whole squad goes down anyway. You know? So if you're crawling around and the last team member dies, you all die. Your squad's eliminated. So the execution is only performed when at least one person is living. And the execution animation, you're vulnerable.
They're very long also.
They're very long. You're very, very vulnerable. There's no
all for style.
Yeah. You know, and they're big,
and points. You get
and they're
points.
fancy, and yes, you stop them from being able to get revived by their buddy, but it's like, fuck. You're just going to stand there and possibly get shot by the guy that's coming to revive them, you know? So
I actually want to mention the revive system. That was one of the things. This game's revive system is fascinating.
2 layers.
Listen, you're downed and then you get killed. First of all, getting down in this game, you are more powerful than in any other game I have ever played when you are downed.
Yeah.
Because you have a dedicated shield pickup that will protect you significantly from being murdered. Very weird, but cool. I get it. You have something to do. So they can pick you up. They fail to do so within 90 seconds. Okay, you're dead. You're now a crate. Okay, wait a second.
Coffin.
They can run up and pick up your card off the crate, and then they can bring you to these big-ass, vulnerable, glowing terminals
with items around them
that will actually airdrop the team back in, but it takes a while, and you can see the thing come in.
Naked.
I got to do that once. I got that achievement on play of, like, it's called Team Player.
Yeah.
And it's like, you manage to survive and both your teammates are fucking dead, and
Yeah.
you brought them right the fuck back into the game. That is great.
Yeah, no. So my boy Tui, really awesome sniper that I play with. He's a skill. His main skill is sniping, but his second ability is picking up the tags and ninja-ing the fuck out of a hot zone, right? Because escaping a hot zone is a very hard thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially when you're 1 and they're 3.
Yeah.
But like he's very good at doing that. So we've had multiple games. We've had games where we've come back twice. You know. But that's a really cool thing where it's like, yeah, you got the Gears of War pickup, and then you've got the actual respawn.
And
which I don't know if any other BR games ever. No, eh?
You can't respawn.
Yeah, that's
Period.
it. You're out, and that's the end of the
And
game.
how appropriate by respawn.
Right.
And the other thing, and it goes into right what you were saying at the end of how hard it is to get out of a hot zone. The way the levels have been designed, and I mentioned earlier that the zones or whatever are discrete.
Yeah.
They're essentially big maps that have been stapled together.
Some of which are previous Titanfall areas.
Yeah, but here's what's really important. What's really important is that all of these big map areas are at the lowest point in the game's vertical space, and all of the connecting points are at medium to high points in the game's vertical space. So what does this mean? It means that escaping the area in a gunfight is extraordinarily difficult
because you're
running up a hill with your back to people visible from everywhere.
Yeah.
But what it means is that once you get to that transfer point, as you climb up the hill and get to the tunnel or the bridge or whatever,
you have the high ground.
You have the high ground, and getting deep into that thing is trivial because you slide at like 300% or fucking whatever speed down into the thing.
Yeah.
So transferring into levels has its own mechanics to
engaging is very easy. Also, it comes into play when you're running from the circle, which you're going to be doing a lot of.
Yeah.
Which is a whole other thing you never had to do before, you know. So, yeah, man.
It's a good game.
Really good. Really good.
I'm probably very much likely going to keep playing on PS4, mainly because none of my pals that usually I would play shooters with have any interest in this game at all.
Okay.
On the PC. And so, like, I got a couple buddies who might play it on PS4. So, fuck it, I'll just play it on PS4. I'm probably going to play that game solo forever.
Yeah.
Realistically.
No, there's enough going on in there that I'm in. I still crave my movement, but I'm just going to sit and wait for the Titans to come back. And in the meantime, I'll enjoy Apex.
Do you think there's any possibility at all that there will a character will eventually arrive that their ult is a Titan, or is that just way too much?
I think it's too. The fact, like, I think that would cement Titanfall being dead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's such a mechanic, and you're walking around on the map in a Titan. Like,
you know what I can see happening, and I think we talked about this before, is that there can be some kind of event where instead of a supply cache dropping on the map, a Titan drops on the map.
Right.
And just fuck it, say all 3 characters need to get in to pilot it. Right? Or some shit.
You know it takes place in the same world, right?
I do know that.
At the end of that intro, the guy looking at you is fucking Blisk.
Yeah, I know. But at the same time, like, even if not, it's really obvious it takes place in the same world because characters are being designed around former Titanfall 2 multiplayer abilities.
Also, look at that monster in the water over there.
Yeah. Like, Mirage is the most fascinating character in the game to me because he is literally a single Titanfall 2 item turned into a character.
Right.
He's that grenade that would cause a dude to run forward.
Yeah.
As an entire kit.
Or your grappling hook robot is now
the whole kit.
The grappling hook robot. Yeah, exactly. Except, and there's like parody. There's one of his things where he's parodying Bastion, where like a crow comes to land on him, and then it starts pecking the shit out of him. He's like, ah. Anyway, so yeah, that's gonna continue to exist.
I think Bloodhound's tracking ability is like my favorite ability I've ever seen in a game.
I should probably pick him just to see.
To see what it looks like.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. So you'll be running, and if anyone's passed through an area like up to, I want to say, like a minute prior, you'll see a icon and a track on the ground, and the track will be blood or footprints or jump or scrambled over or whatever. Cool. And it has a border around it that is ticking down to let you know how old is this.
Right.
and it will point
Monster Hunter.
and they will point in a direction, and you'll be able to go, a guy vaulted over here and he was bleeding and he went that way.
Monster Hunter.
That is so powerful.
Yeah.
As a area of map awareness.
Also wall hack, but not an amazing one.
It's okay.
It's a short range wall hack.
It's this feels iffy because there's the points. So boop. Okay, no, there are people here. I should fucking smart up.
But like the range you have to use it in is one where your footsteps are quite clear, and
also the enemy sees it.
You're about to engage.
They can see you doing the move. Like the beam or whatever, like it's visible.
It comes through the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Like, and your team can also see any pings that it does.
Okay.
But his ult is really wild. Have you seen what it looks like?
I don't really.
Bloodhound gains twice movement speed, and the world goes black and white except for enemies that show up in bright red at any distance.
Oh wow!
So
Okay.
it is particularly strong with snipers because it's like, okay, I can see the whole map. Boo! Oh, he's there. Bam!
No one escapes my sights.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've now that I'm back on PC doing well and playing with my friends, that's the most enjoyable for me
It's a very good game.
because I get to keep my pride in check and I get to use the control style I like. I switched my aiming curve to steady, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I did. I went through the I remember this in Titanfall as well. It's the same curves. And if for any reason you feel like you might want to practice and try that out, go into the training range and try them out. But aim curve steady. If you see a fucking Mozambique, you run. You leave that shit alone.
It's wild how every gun in the game is pretty good to good, except for that one.
There's a list. There's a basic gun tier.
I
list.
know there's a list.
Yeah, but
there's the list.
Yeah.
And then over here,
Yeah,
in the gutter, is Mozambique.
So like we were playing a game when I was just like, oh god, I saw like two of them, and I'm just like, enemy sighted, like, like fuck this thing, and it's so common. You run into it all the time, and it's the worst fucking shotgun in the planet. Anyway, fuck that gun. But the yeah, so that's Apex.
I foresee a lot of that roster screen is so
Going
empty.
to- yes,
It will continue very much.
There's an easy Overwatch sized cast
Yeah,
possibility.
you could get a lot.
Play it to earn bucks.
And the last thing that I want to say about Apex Legends is that, boy, it's been successful.
Yeah.
1 million concurrent, 10 million played within a few days. Wow, what a massive success. By the way, Anthem comes out on Friday.
Oh.
So now we have Battlefield kills Titanfall.
Oh.
And now we have Respawn's new game Apex kills EA's most monetarily invested. Why? Also, I played the Division. I have almost something to say. Played Division 2 beta over the weekend. Guess what? It's really good. It ran fine. I had a lot of fun with it. That comes out in 3 weeks. Anthem is so fucked. Who cares? Why would you ever pay $60 for Anthem instead of just playing Apex for fucking free? Like
yeah. And EA just, it's like either way, it's like, well, from one child to another, you know, it's like, okay, well, what's the difference? It's like our success is beating our success, you know, in a way. Like, let them fight, except they're
your children.
They're your own babies. Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Yeah, it's, you know,
Dude, I forgot. I shit
the
you not.
hot new thing
I forgot Anthem existed until somebody mentioned it to me yesterday.
Yeah. I brought it up today, you know. But yeah,
Like,
exactly. And that demo was like hours ago, you know.
yeah.
It's quite you see the nails in the coffin, but then it's like the nails were there, and then they fucking got curb stomped.
So you want to hear my
into the fucking grave,
want to hear
like
my
Grimes.
fucking cynical opinion?
Yeah.
EA stock drop recently due to whatever, the usual,
Sure.
right? And then I looked at Anthem and they said, that's not going to fix that. Is Apex good to go? Okay.
You think that's why no news, no announcement, no press?
I think it is wild that Apex Legends came out on announcement.
Of completely nowhere.
Dude, there was not even an interview of a hint of that game.
So the best thing about it, because we know the worst is the fact that like you've got to jump in the shower with Fortnite to compete.
Yeah.
You got to get in there. You got to strip down and grease up and just get in there. You know, and that plastic prison shank is the only thing you've got as a weapon. No one's getting out alive. That sucks. But the good thing about it is the idea that if you want a silver lining it, you can still release something with completely no prior hype up whatsoever and watch it do gangbusters.
If it's free.
If it's free.
That is the ultimate caveat.
Oh, of course.
Because everyone will try a game if it's free.
Because the group of friends in high school has to go and tell each other to download it.
Yeah.
To play together.
And that's it. That's all I actually have to do. Hey man, this game's free. It came out. You want to play it? Oh yeah, sure. I'll play a couple hours of anything if it's fucking free.
It's quality of life over the thing we've been doing for a while.
Yeah.
Yep. So and adds camaraderie to a solo game.
Yeah.
So when people are playing Fort, you know, they get together and they play against each other and play Fort.
Yeah.
Well, now you can play together.
You know, I initially hated the squad aspect, and then as I got used to the ping system and turned humans off, oh yeah, no, it's fine. It's fun playing as a squad as long as I can remove every human element from it.
Right. Yep. Agreed. So, you know, timeline fixed, timeline restored.
Oh, also, that game is going to get a battle pass.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to get it.
Sure.
The only question is which version?
The one that is going to guarantee you certain things at certain points.
No, I mean like PS4 or PC.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that loot box thing where they were like, the loot boxes will guarantee you
so the loot box
this percentage type of
I did a little digging
transparency
and
on
some,
the contents and guarantees on certain numbers,
and I was like, okay, the rates are worse than Overwatch,
mm-hmm.
but I appreciate that they straight up fucking just say you have a 7.4% chance of getting a legendary and one's guaranteed every 30.
Yeah.
Is that number terrible? Hell yeah, it's terrible. Mm-hmm. But I appreciate knowing that before I ever spend any fucking money on it, which I'm not. I'm gonna get the battle pass instead.
Yeah. Ready for China. So the battle pass will tell you exactly which ones you're getting when, right? That's how that works.
The way a battle pass works, it's kind of fascinating. It's a great idea.
Oh, and yeah, there's no repeats.
It's a great.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, no well, Overwatch did that a little while ago.
You get money, but yeah.
No, you don't get repeats in Overwatch anymore.
Oh, they got rid of them.
They
completely.
got rid of that. Period.
Okay. I didn't know that.
But the battle pass is a fascinating idea. Like, let's keep it playing fucking forever, and it's very simple. You play the game, and you hit experience milestones or kill milestones or whatever, and those will reward you with an item. Yay! I got a cosmetic for Bloodhound. Yay! I got a gun for Flatline.
And you know which one,
right? And period. And if you play every single fucking day of that season, you can get every single goddamn thing, and all the craziest, rarest, best shit.
You still get repeats.
Is
apparently.
at the end.
Anyway,
right? Is at the end.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the genius of the battle pass. I don't know if anybody else but Fortnite does this, but it's smart. Say you didn't buy the battle pass, but you were playing every day.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 progress bars.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one on top, which is losers, no battle pass, and you'll get an item here or there. But you'll also see at the bottom what that would correspond to if you did have the battle pass. You say, hey man, you hit 60 levels in 60 days.
So it shows
you would have gotten all this crazy shit. And you know what?
Okay.
And you know what, Wooly? If you buy that battle pass right now,
you'll get them.
You'll unlock everything that you would have unlocked.
So your time spent is
being banked,
and then you get the rewards upon purchase.
Yeah,
increasing the incentive.
Oh yeah,
ever more.
Yeah,
till infinity.
It is the free to play shooter.
That is the hardest fucking dosage of crack
Yeah.
I have ever seen a dealer deal.
You know, you've earned like 10 pounds of crack. You just need to give me $5 and I'll give you the 10 pounds.
In goodwill.
Yeah.
Up until this point. You've been loyal.
Yeah, you've been good about it.
I know you've been clean for like 5 years, but that's 5 years
Now these
worth.
are season locked, but in an idealized scenario, you could straight up play Fortnite every single fucking day, max out every possible milestone or whatever the fuck they are, right? Get to day minus 1 of new season.
Oh my god.
And go, you know what? I've earned all this stuff. Do I want to pay the $10 for the battle pass or $20 for the battle pass to get all of these cosmetic items?
You took the already life-crippling addiction that is crack cocaine,
Yeah.
and you inserted FOMO into it
That's right.
for a double dose of
Hey, guess what? Guess what?
my cosmetics.
Wooly, there's another twist.
Oh boy.
The final twist, and here's where it gets really wild. And this is Fortnite only, to my knowledge, but they're probably going to institute this in Apex because it's smart. So Apex and Fortnite, they all use fake money dollars, V-Bucks in Fortnite,
Sure.
Apex coins.
Yeah.
You know what some of the rewards for those milestones are?
Uh-huh.
The currency.
That actually
the
buys
real
what
money
you,
currency.
that buys what you want
And
when you want
did you know that if you do all of them, it'll kind of pay for itself? Assuming you spend that money on the next one.
Get thee behind me, Satan.
Yeah.
Get that your temptation will not work today. No apple,
Dude, if I buy this thing, I'll get these things for
no
free.
tree, no serpent.
If I buy the battle pass, I'll spend $20. But every week or so, I'll get $5 back, and I can use that on a hat.
Not today, serpent. Not today.
It is so.
My soul is mine.
It is so disgusting, insidious. But at the same time, I legitimately cannot argue with the system that in perfect scenarios will literally give people all this shit for a one-time cost ever.
You mean free money?
Yes, I mean free money.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do you want to buy some free money?
Yeah, I do. Because, you know, if you play enough, you really only have to do the one buy-in. You know, okay, maybe you were a little behind, and maybe there was that one thing you had. But look, I have free money that I earned, so I can just buy the hat with the free money.
So each one is like seasonal,
Yeah, they're seasonal.
and then you can just buy the
The
next
seasons
one
last like 90 days or whatever.
if you earn enough of the last
Yeah.
one with the. Oh boy,
and you can see the dude. You can see, dude.
this is the world.
No, think. Okay, there's an extra part of this. Say you've earned during the season half of all the rewards, right? Right? You've earned. Say it's the end of the season. You've earned half of it, right? And the season costs $20 for the battle pass. You look at the battle pass rewards and realize that you'll pay $20, real dollars, but in your rewards they'll give you $7 back in fake money. So the thing actually only costs $13.
Because
Right?
that you would have spent that money anyway.
It's so insidious. It's so crazy. And at the same time, if you're a person that wants to support if you're going to play this game, $20 every fucking 3 months or whatever, guess what? That's an MMO subscription. It's actually cheaper than an MMO.
So we are naive for not thinking or realizing that the tech levels would improve and that the disease would, upon inoculation, double its efforts,
Yeah.
and come back in a new form.
And so
right? So here's the thing, right? Every time that flu comes back around and it gathers data,
Yeah.
we are now looking at loot box employees designing this incentive system with modern gacha data.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we didn't have Western gacha data
No.
until recently.
But now we do.
Because that was only a Japan thing.
Yeah.
And then an Asia thing. And
Can't
then,
use that data. It's different culturally.
And now we have gacha in full force. So now we've got gacha fucking data to throw in.
And the thing is about it though, Battle Pass is fine. You get a shit ton of stuff in those types of things.
Game's free.
Game's free.
Game's free.
They're always small
I
costs. They last for months.
Yeah.
And you win things by playing.
Yeah. Like, the game is free, thus you're entitled to try and make your money back. You know? I understand that part of it. Like, even the other games where we're talking about loot boxes and whatnot with the Overwatch and stuff, it's like, these are games you purchased. You purchased the experience in anyway. This one, their entire monetary system is based on you falling for that serpent.
Yeah, and it's like, but
for Satan's
on
fucking
a realistic basis,
delicious apple.
If you become the guy who's playing Apex Legends every day and you love Apex Legends,
wedged between the cleavage,
15,
with
20
honey,
bucks every
glazed.
3 months is fair, right? As long as they keep adding stuff. Which, you look at that screen, they're gonna keep adding fucking stuff. They're gonna add a bunch of shit.
Gotcha means they gotcha. Yeah.
I always assumed that's what it was, but apparently it's a different Japanese word.
Oh boy. Well then,
there's a phrase that Jim Sterling coined, which is fee to pay, which is games that you buy so that you can buy shit in them.
Oh, that's B2P. Yeah,
no. Fee to pay, not buy to play.
Fee to pay.
You're paying a fee, which is the price of the game.
Yeah.
So that you may pay things later.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
that's Battlefront.
Okay.
Right. That's right. But I mean,
buy it now and then buy more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But hey, don't buy it now and maybe buy more. Yeah. Okay.
Here's what I'm going to be interested in seeing: how quickly can or will the infrastructure get set up for this in a full-on esports capacity? To like, how full on is this going to interrupt the current tournament and like esports circuits?
See,
teams are surely already being built.
I always felt that PUBG esports was laughable in its ideology. I thought that Fortnite esports had potential, but I think it looks like shit. This looks like a big ass video game with teams.
Yep.
This seems much more clearly obvious, better fit.
It's designed for
sports.
I mean, the way that loadout, the way you fucking it shows you your team and then the
Fuck
champion.
That. The way it says, "Hey, look, these are the toughest motherfuckers on the map. Oh, you don't run into them."
Yeah. And then a champion has fallen. We've got a new kill leader.
And that happens within 30 seconds of the match. You're like, oh shit.
Guess he wasn't that good.
Some killers on this map.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering how fast they can get this
Apparently
together.
there's a big ass tournament for the game tomorrow.
Sure. Sure. You know, I'm wondering how EA expected performance to go.
Probably not as well as this.
Yes.
Probably not nearly.
And thus I wonder how much they are then scrambling on the back to be like, oh fuck. Let's make this a big thing, because like now we're attacking. And I wonder what Fortnite is doing in response.
I seriously doubt Fortnite will ever do anything in response. Fortnite built its fortune off of Fortnite, and I seriously doubt it.
You mean off of PUBG?
Whatever. Fortnite is still number one for sure, and I actually don't foresee that changing.
Are the Twitch viewers back to normal?
I don't know,
because the Twitch viewers were fully on Apex's
but
favor.
I fully
Apex was at 300K
well,
for a while,
I personally
and
find
Fortnite
Apex
was at
way more exciting to watch and even think.
But
about.
like, there were 3 times the amount of viewers in Apex than there were on
It's
Fortnite
also new
for a while.
So I see Apex having a comfortable second place, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it could beat Fortnite. I personally like way more, but it depends on. This is gonna sound really gross and old manny.
Yep.
But it depends on what the Minecraft generation thinks.
It's still ahead. 400. Sorry, for right now. I just checked it. It's 400K right now, and Fortnite's at 188.
All right, I got some information here.
Yeah.
In March, you'll get your battle pass for Apex.
Sure.
You will earn cosmetics and loot boxes. Each season will last 3 months and feature 100 levels of unlocks over a 3-month period. These will not include playable characters.
They won't include
period.
Legends. Okay.
A 1-year roadmap details what every new season will have. Okay, so they're doing seasons. They're doing 3-month seasons, and every season will have new characters, weapons, and items.
I imagine if you simply have a favorite character and a favorite weapon and a favorite skin, purchasing those on their own will still be the cheapest thing you could do.
Well, you can't purchase most of the game skins.
Can't you just buy the normal currency and then select the thing you want to unlock?
No. So the way that it works is actually somewhat complex. So you go to the store, and right now on the store is a what's his name? Robot. Pathfinder. Race car skin, essentially, right?
Yeah.
You just buy that.
Yeah.
Right? But if you went to the skin menu in the thing, those unlock with crafting materials.
Yes.
And crafting materials only come from your loot boxes.
Okay. All right.
And by comparison, to get a what do you call it? A character.
Yeah.
It requires a certain amount of either money tokens, which is $10 each, or it requires
The experience tokens,
which equates to 20 levels per character.
Yeah, yeah.
And
you can also buy quips and
as
flags.
you level up, the levels come more slowly, but you get the same amount of currency every level.
Right.
So as you become super pro, it will actually take longer and longer to unlock those heroes, unless the battle pass rewards some of those currencies.
I am terrified of what loot boxes will become in 5 years' time. I'm terrified of what they're going to look like in 3 years' time. 2021 loot boxes will be terrifying.
I feel like they're actually getting better than they are getting worse.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm terrified because you will look at them and be like, I don't feel that bad about that.
Because I look at the battle pass and I go,
and it'll be like, yeah.
And I can see how it has been designed for maximum insidiousness. But at the same time, I go, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. And I mean, we were joking with the squad earlier, just being like, oh man, like if you spent money on this game, your profile should have a big money dollar sign attached to it so that everyone knows you spent money. And it's like,
games have already done that.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like they put a little jewel to let you know.
You played Gears of War 3?
No.
Oh, okay. You played any Gears of War game?
1.
Okay. In Gears of War 3, if you pull out that collector's edition, you get that sick gold Lancer. Solid gold Lancer.
Right. Yeah. So.
Look at me.
But in this game, you want to like most people want to mask the fact that you're spending money and make it look like you got it out of experience.
Well, you can already tell who the fuck spent money in this game.
Yeah, if you look at the levels and it doesn't add up.
You see that fucking Mirage, he's got the fancy animated fucking banner. And all that shit.
Yeah. So yeah, that's terrifying to think about because the fact that it's going to get better is what's scary. Yeah. You know?
I very much the turnaround from last week's podcast to this podcast might be the
biggest,
fastest turnaround we have ever done.
Well, that's because the story moved that fast.
Yeah.
The game came into existence and the news dropped.
And also, the game is now actually the hottest game that exists right now.
And then the other game, the old thing that was old and busted,
also kind of
was flushed down the toilet.
And then kind of crawled back up.
And then they plunged it back up.
And now it's a little stronger.
And then
it smells a little more.
And you're like, look, we can pull this out of the toilet, put it on a plate, let it stew. Yeah, it was quite the
There's
fucking 180.
There's gonna be a wall-running mobility character for fucking sure, dude.
I don't know.
They're giving specific grenade kits.
But the reasons given in that paragraph that I still hate.
Oh yeah, it's too.
Is that it doesn't read well for the players.
Yeah, look at what fucking Pathfinder's doing with his fucking grappling hook.
Which if
it's just as bad as it ever was.
If they nerf that,
they're gonna nerf that.
Then
they're gonna nerf that.
Then you know a wall run isn't coming.
They're gonna nerf that for sure.
You know it. You absolutely know it at that point.
They're gonna nerf that because it fucks up the balance between the versions, if anything. Because Pathfinder is now a better character, way better on the PC than he is on a console.
Well, so one thing that I was thinking, I was like, how come this shield that Gibraltar throws down isn't a one-way, like Reinhardt?
Yeah.
And the answer is because he would become a mandatory player, a mandatory character.
Oh, absolutely. With every
if you could shoot through the shield, right? The fact that it stops...
400k fucking viewers right now.
Yeah,
Jeez.
exactly. It's still on top in terms of viewers, you know. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I don't think I don't know about the wall run. It might happen, but I don't think it'll happen. I think they gave their reasons that they're against that. I think we're sooner going to see a bunch of characters that have different kit types from Titanfall and then different team helping mechanics. Or like for every couple of characters that helps out the team, you'll get one Mirage where he's just like, I'm fucking solo. My abilities help me and me alone.
Yeah, it's more than twice Fortnite's viewers right now. That's crazy. You know what I like, and you know what was the more than anything was the me going like, oh, there's gonna be a shit-zillion characters added to this because every character has a fucking type icon.
Yeah,
Bloodhound's the only one with a radar.
right. Yeah,
There's 2 supports, 2 shields, 2 guns.
but you know what? At the end, I have no idea what these genres look like when they come out. I have no idea what these genres are about. I have no idea how they shape up or how they handle these types of things.
So I would actually tell you...
So my guesses have zero credibility
So
because this is all brand new to me.
I would say that is not a unique scenario because every single one of these to come out has been unique in its rollout. Is it trying to beat Fortnite? Is it horribly failing at that? Is it trying its own thing? Is it PUBG? Is PUBG dying? Is PUBG a mess? PUBG's a mess.
PUBG is now in the 3rd slot.
Oh, yeah.
It's now in that place that Cliffy was talking about.
Oh, yeah. Except it's in the 4th. Because Call of Duty.
Oh, Blackout was better, right?
Oh, much.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
The bigger problem with PUBG and Blackout is the Blackout is the same type of Battle Royale that PUBG is. It's just better.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Apex and Blackout and Fortnite all have very, very distinct types, right?
Is there what about the fact that Fortnite is 3rd person? Does that make a difference to any of this? The fact that it's not a first-person shooter?
No.
Okay.
PUBG was also 3rd person.
Yeah.
And
and Call of Duty wasn't.
I would honestly I think that the perspective for each game fits what you're actually doing in them. In Apex, it makes way more sense to be first person because it's more about like I'm running and jumping and shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Fortnite, if Fortnite it was in first person, they're gonna be fucking unplayable.
Yeah, you're building nonsense. You have to look at everything.
You have to look at where your character fucking is.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's move on.
I like that game. I'm shocked.
I do too.
Like that game.
I'm shocked as well. I want to go play some right now.
Yeah. We should play some on PS4 or PC together and do a thing.
Sure. What I am gonna do
and embarrass ourselves
is, however, absolutely jump on Titanfall 2 with a community night at some point. Multiple people have gotten in touch trying to spearhead that, and I just want to say to everyone that has, thank you for your offer. However, I'll let the world know when I get the time and when I have the ability to do that on a stream. Because right now my streaming nights are, they're kind of like...
They're Tuesdays and Saturdays.
They're Tuesdays and Saturdays.
One's fighting games and one's everything else.
Yeah, and so for it to take place on a Saturday, it means like, okay, well, I'd have to like not do Resident Evil or, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's a couple things I want to play. I want to go back to Assault Spy. I want to do a lot of things. So I'll have to let you guys know. But
I have one last tip to give you, especially
I'm going to be doing it...
if your Windows, not yours, because I know you killed your Windows update, but if anybody out there is having issues with Apex Legends or any other PC game recently. So remember I complained to you the other day about how Windows turned my microphone settings to shit? You know what Windows also did? Turned game mode back on. You know what fucking game mode even is?
Mm-hmm.
When your game is running, Windows turns off all the processor power to every other function on your PC, including OBS.
Wow.
So I was streaming Apex Legends, and every time anything happened, the stream would actually die and freeze.
Okay.
Until I turned that shit off.
Wow. Holy shit.
So go into your search bar and go game mode and turn that fucking shit off.
That's nuts. I'm glad that when I brought it up last week, like many people had the same idea as me, and they thought, let's return to Titanfall 2.
Yeah.
I'm glad that many people shared the same thought. And I hope that that number stays up so that we can play some of those game modes. But, yep, the community match night will happen short-ish soon. I just need to make sure I pick one.
Actually, I'm so glad that Apex is doing well because I like Respawn and I don't want that company to die.
Yeah.
And we all know that EA is very willing to just murder companies on a whim.
Their hands are red.
So, but on the other hand, now it doesn't even matter if Anthem's a success.
Right.
BioWare's gone.
And well, I mean,
Why aren't you doing as good as Apex is?
Your big brother got all the grades and he brought home the money. And look at his hot girlfriend out in his Cadillac.
I am.
He's the quarterback. Why aren't you the quarterback?
I am not. This is a prediction that I have no.
But it's like 2 years ago he was a nerd.
I have no ability to
he was
verify.
Fucking slammed into a locker.
I have no ability to verify what I'm about to say at all. It is just a gut feeling. But I have a strong feeling that Apex has already made more money today than Anthem will have made by the end of the month.
We'll find out.
And that people will be drawn into meetings over that.
We will find out.
And that is fucking unfair. But what are you going to do?
You can't fight free, man. How do you fight free?
We have entered into the weird nightmare that is nothing can make as much money as something that's free.
You know what the funniest fucking part too is that that thing where we go, "Oh man, don't release in this hot zone. Are you crazy? This is a bad time to put your game out." If anyone knew what this was going to be in this time frame, they would have sprinted away from it.
Tons of people delayed their games to even this week or last week, specifically because it was a drier quarter.
Anthem
only to find, oh wait, the biggest, newest, hottest shit came out with no. How could you? There are people that probably saw that game come out and go, "Fuck!"
Yeah, what I'm saying, like Anthem would have fucking like Puxatawny Phil, the groundhog.
Go back in.
Just hit the fucking deck, and you pop back out in the summer, and you go, yeah, maybe now. Because February's gone. She's not yours anymore.
And March is gone. Fucking Sekiro and Devil May Cry 5 come out that month. They own that fucking month.
Okay, but not really though. That's fucking for weebs.
No, it's not. Devil May Cry 4 sold like 5 million, remember? And that was a bad game.
By the end.
Yeah, by the end. But it sold a couple million.
Okay, but we're talking about fucking Fortnite dollars, man. Like, it's a different world.
It is a different world. I suppose you're right.
Man. Fuck. I had one other thing I was gonna say, but you know what? Whatever.
Oh, you know what? I have one last thing to say. There's this. It feels stupid that I feel prideful over this because I didn't. I did invent Warframe. That's true. It is nice to see one of the controller presets in Apex called Ninja.
Yeah, it's called Ninja.
And it has L1 and R1 as jump and crouch.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, good for you, Warframe. You made it to the point where you're being introduced as a control option in other shooters.
Wait, does Ninja, the blue-haired big mega streamer, play with games like that?
No, it was using mouse and keyboard.
Oh, well then
it's a Warframe thing.
I don't know. I guess I lost.
Like Call of Duty had a goddamn control preset.
I thought it was a reference to Ninja.
No, Call of Duty had a control preset for a long time called Green Thumb, in which it was the Halo controls.
Okay.
They do that kind of thing.
Well, you see a fucking style in MK11 called Sonic Foxy, and you start to assume things. Yeah. But yes, so community night for Titanfall coming soon. In the meantime, stand by for Titanfall.
Yeah.
And also, before we get into the news, just to let everyone know, Jet Set Radio is now live on Wooly Versus. If you want to check out me and Reggie doing the info dumps and having a good time with the original game, you can check out Wooly Versus Jet Set Radio. And for those going, why didn't you play Future? It's because why would you begin a journey at the destination?
Yeah.
You know? You need somewhere to go.
Hey, Wolves, if we're going to come off our weeks, where can people find you?
Over on Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch. And that is, and that's where you can find Wooly Versus Jet Set Radio happening right now. This Tuesday, we're going to be playing some Tekken 7 on PS4. So if you want to jump in and play some games online with us, Tekken 7 PS4 is where we're going to be at. And Titanfall 2, RE2, big twos, lots of twos, Big stuff
and
coming.
if you want to see only the sickest, most pro Apex Legends gameplay, you come down to twitch.tv/angryspad. I dived into Darkest Dungeon the other day. That game's great.
Yeah.
And
how'd you do?
Better than I expected.
Nice.
I made about 5 trips in. Only lost 1 person.
I saw someone made some radical artwork
it's
of
amazing.
you guys. It's so cool.
It's fucking amazing.
I was insanely jealous. It was really cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah. And probably gonna just don't tinker around with fucking Fallout and all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
And then next week is the new Resident Evil stuff. So hey, great. You know, I just mentioned I'm gonna assume this is on the docket, so I'm gonna segue into it anyway. You know, I was just talking about how people got brought into a room and were asked to explain why they didn't do as good as the other thing. Bet there are a lot of Blizzard people that caught that meeting recently.
Well, which meeting? Because there were 2 Blizzard meetings.
Yeah.
One meeting was about the Troubles.
Mm-hmm.
And by the Troubles, there were, of course, the hundreds of layoffs that we've heard
Hundreds of layoffs.
about. But at the other meeting, there was the $15 million bonus for the CEO.
It might have been 20.
Give or take.
Tens of millions.
Give or take $5 million.
They gave to some rich man
Well, you know.
to be rich.
We stand on the outside, probably not knowing all the factors of how these CEOs take their bonuses and why and how. And I'm sure there's a fantastic reason.
So,
when pressed.
I was actually prepared for this. There are numerous articles that are written, particularly in business circles, about the nature of the CEO, executive, whatever.
Enlighten me.
Quote unquote sweetener.
Enlighten me.
This is what it is referred to, a sweetener. Mm-hmm. And this is, listen.
I legit want and need to know.
Listen. You got this position, chief financial exec, whatever. Everybody in the top, 3% of the company, right? In terms of managing, high up positions, right? There are these guys walking around. They're rich. They're already wealthy, right? And they're all working for wealthy companies. So it becomes a kind of headhunting in which, during these negotiations, well, the salary's not enough. I got a $20 million bonus at my last place. And then these other guys are offering me $15 million. So what are you guys going to do? And that's where that comes from, right? And a lot of business folk would be like, that's just the nature of the business, because you're trying to scout out the best talent for whatever. And you know what? I get that. You know what else I think would be important to add to this conversation? No one gives a fuck. No one on the earth thinks that it is reasonable for a fucking executive of a company to get a fucking $20 million fucking dollar. There's a line in The Wire in season 5 that Gus asks his fucking the owners of the fucking paper, and he asks them, why are people being laid off when the company is still profitable? Period. Why are we talking about buyouts? Why are people getting cut when the company's still profitable? And the answer is, well, we gotta have Jimmy, the CEO over there. He's worth 20. If anyone thinks ever that any head of a company or chief financial officer or whatever is worth the cost of running an entire studio for years, you are crazy. You are insane. In addition, GameBiz is rife with layoffs, and those people have to fucking move. They have to move from San Fran to Montreal to Texas to fucking Maryland, like everywhere.
Calgary.
It's ridiculous. Cross country, you got to do the visa shit. You got to, it's absurd.
So this is how you create proletariat games.
This
this is how you create, like, literally proletariat game studio. Fucking like, and we go to the classics as literally a bourgeoisie video game CEO board meeting occurs. You cannot have these stories coming out side by side. It is beyond absurd to have. Whose tweet was it? I want to say it was Mom's.
It was Mom's.
Let me pull it up.
And Mom even responded specifically to people going, gotcha. Look, you have to pay these guys this money because of headhunt, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, everyone understands that. Everyone understands that all the big boys play with the big money. We get it. We just think it's disgusting. And that it's a total moral failing of everyone involved.
Yeah.
That is not a gotcha.
Yeah. I'm scrolling to just find it, so I'm a little bit but the that's the thing is like there's the part of the story where you go, oh damn, some bum layoffs are happening, and we've gotten so used to that. I mean, frankly, I've survived so many of them myself that you almost like you stop batting an eyelid almost, you know, because you're just like, oh yeah, circumstances have changed and this quarter didn't do as well as we thought, and and so on, and usually they'll break it down. Damn, I cannot find it for the life of me.
Yeah, well, it's out there. You can find it.
But it's the combination of this with the CEO fucking bonuses where everyone loses their minds, and this is where security has to step in and escort you with the box because motherfuckers might start swinging.
And you know what? I'm sure part of this story is like, listen, guys, like as a defense of it, that deal with the guy's bonus was made like 4 years ago. They just happened to coincide. And it's like, it's not like the timing makes it look extra bad, but that doesn't make that idea any less disgusting. Right? Like, you might think it does, but it doesn't. The person managing the books cannot possibly be worth more than the people making every single part of the thing that make the money. That's ridiculous. And for an industry that is so terrified of unionization, boy, they're really pushing it, aren't they? They're really pushing the line of what people in that business are probably willing to take. There's only so many people that can be laid off so many times for bullshit.
And then move to another company
before a union happens,
owned by another larger company,
right?
Before the same thing occurs once again. Yes. So Activision gives $15 million sweetener to new CFO Dennis Durkin. How many days apart? We're looking at January 4th.
Yeah.
And then February 8th, mass layoffs.
So 35 days apart.
Yep. Of course, the sweetener comes first.
Well, yeah. So the sweetener, like here, let's play armchair CEO. Ironically enough,
it's been a minute.
Sweetener comes in.
Yep.
Okay, that's $15 million out of gross profit, obviously.
Everyone
out of net, really.
Everyone in January must have been like, "Boy, we're doing great."
Well, we told the shareholders that they were going to get X amount of dividends. We gave the guy $15 million. That's gone now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't give them anything less than $100 billion whatever. Gotta lay these people off. And also, you know what? Let's take a different look at this. Let's completely ignore the moral or outrageous component. Let's ignore the human component. Let's just look at this for profit. This is really short-sighted. Has any company ever in the history of game biz had like half its staff laid off and gone on to make more money?
After years, but not.
But it takes
in the
time,
short term,
right?
So,
and often, particularly with Activision and EA, they turn into shells of their former selves, no longer retain their original value when the company was purchased or merged, and then they get killed. And then they find a new company to eat.
So the details are that after Destiny 2 Forsaken underperformed.
Hey, why did it underperform? Is it because of publisher involvement to try and juice the numbers? Yes!
I'm hearing that Apex had a little bit of that and that they fought it off or something like that. There was
Respawn,
there was an article somewhere or someone talked about that.
From the interviews that I've read with Vince Zampella, it appears to be the kind of place that if EA tried to do too much, like half the company would just walk. In particular, there's an old interview that I went and tracked down.
I mean, these are all people that have been through the shit already.
Yeah, there's an old interview that I went and tracked down that SkillUp was talking about. He's a great Australian YouTuber. You should check him out. He's fantastic. In which there's an interview after Titanfall 2 came out and bombed, right? And somebody asked Vince, who's the head of Respawn and one of the creators of Modern Warfare, hey, what does this mean for the future of Titanfall, right? And he said, essentially, well, I'm not really sure. We'll have to see. Now, there was an EA PR person in the room who was assigned to Vince to talk over him and said, what we at EA are saying is that we're very committed to the Titanfall franchise. And then the next words that come out of Vince's mouth is, yeah, whatever the fuck that means.
right.
So that's the kind of people running Respawn.
Right, okay.
So I feel like that's the kind of place that, like, there's actually only so much involvement that can happen.
He walked on
before
Activision.
Vince just lets it rip and leaves.
He walked on Activision before he'll do it again.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on with Actiblizzard.
I'm just thinking, like, okay, Vince talks some shit. You put the PR man in the room with him. Oh no, that was actually a massive mistake.
And the other thing too is, there was two other stories that I remember floating around. There was that they were floating on the docket. We didn't actually get to them. There's the Bungie taking over publishing duties.
Yep.
Themselves happened, and then there was the fact that the Cyberpunk 2077's creative director left CD Projekt for Blizzard.
Yeah.
Right, like last week or the week before this.
Yeah.
Around that time frame. So I remember this popping up. But yeah, that's all. That sucks, man. That sucks. Massive layoffs like that is fucking just.
You know what's the
worst.
most depressing thing? I don't know if you saw the tweet, Wolves, that I made a few days ago, but I was just sitting around reminiscing, and I was like, one of the first emails we ever got on this podcast, back episode 4 or 5 in the old version of the podcast.
Yep.
Was somebody who wanted to know about companies that we always stood by because they were always sure to deliver quality.
The BBB, the three Bs,
BioWare, Bethesda, and Blizzard.
Yeah,
and we all howled in laughter then, and that was in 2013.
Right.
That was 6 years ago. And that has only got funnier and funnier and funnier, and now it is no longer funny. Now it is fucking sad. Especially right now. In February of 2019, that idea has never been more depressing. All 3 of those companies are now trash.
But not yet dead.
Not technically dead.
Not yet dead.
Half of Blizzard's dead now.
No doctor has put the cloth over it and called it yet. So yes, of course.
Apparently that was podcast episode 33, so that would have been early 2014, I assume. But fucking wow.
I'm not sure why this one happened to hit people during the middle of the podcast, because the chat was blowing up with it. But I had this in.
It's
here.
old. It's the vault thing, right?
This was in here from fucking last week.
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah. So the whole thing where reset the clock. A player unintentionally teleported into the restricted vault. Yeah. That happened days ago, guys.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. And then, terrified at the fact that Bethesda bans people who goes into restricted areas, going, no, don't ban me. This is a legitimate accident. Help.
And it
Help
turns
me get out
that the event that they had has everyone temporarily spawn into the vault and then to the location where the whatever, like rat infestation or something.
Or whatever.
Yeah. So it doesn't. I don't know if the player that got stuck in the vault went and then took a bunch of shit, but
I don't think there was anything to take.
Isn't it the fact that it's a
no?
vault?
When he got there, I don't think there was anything to take.
Okay.
I think he actually just fucking straight up walked through a goddamn wall and just ended up there.
The game's the fact that the vault with all the bullshit prior is again on the map. It's a locked vault. You need a key card to get in. And
By the way, the game has no key cards of that kind. All the vaults in the game up until now have been inaccessible, which is outrageous for a Fallout game.
Okay. And yeah, it's the literal bug where a guy got in there. Don't know if there's anything else besides that on the story right now, but
There's also Germany giving another middle finger to Fallout 76. Apparently, it's being bundled with hard drives.
yeah, okay, great.
Like, get it out of here.
But like, no word on this player actually getting banned or
No.
anything, right? It's just
So this is a minor clock reset. We reset it a couple minutes. This is not a full reset, but we did mention it. So we'll wait until next week. Maybe there'll be a big reset.
we can swerve back over to our boys at Activision,
Oh, there's
because
a lot of shitty news this week. Actually, now that I think of it,
well, the more you have, how many times are you going to be naming a AAA publisher? Because chances are, if you're talking about a AAA publisher, it's probably going to, you know what I mean? Like, we talk about dev studios in a positive light, and we talk about publishers in a negative light with
vast majority of the time.
Huge bias.
yeah,
Huge
there's
bias.
a couple really good publishers out there.
Devolver.
Sony occasionally. They're not great, but they treat their first party studios pretty well. Nintendo, they're a good publisher. They publish games. Capcom's a publisher that
They
we
will
like.
publish when someday will. Yeah, they make mistakes.
Square, no, not Square Enix.
Hold on, let's count that. Nintendo, Devolver, Sony, Capcom. Sometimes
that's the four, right?
Bandai Namco does some cool stuff.
They're weird.
They do some cool
Jump
stuff
Force
sometimes.
looks fucking so bad.
Their fighting games are great.
Yeah.
They publish some great fighting games. Atlas.
No, Sega.
Sega's
good. Now. They're good. I can tell you.
Sega as the publisher. Atlas as the... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's 6. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody else is Liquid Evil.
Liquid because it shifts in states.
Yeah. Also, Liquid Evil's worse than Solid Evil, in my mind. It's grosser.
Well, all right. How about that?
So what's Activision doing?
Activision is shutting down Guitar Hero TV. Yeah. Guitar Hero Live.
Oh my god.
Did you hear?
No. No. On the way here, I saw fucking Guitar Hero Live boxes in the trash waiting to be picked up.
Wow.
And I remember looking at it and going, what's Guitar Hero Live? So people must have tossed them with this news.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if it so what, you saw them literally today?
I literally got out of my house, walked, I went and got lunch, and then walking towards the metro, I looked down, and in a trash pile, there was an empty Guitar Hero Live box on top of the trash.
Well,
And I looked at it and go, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of Guitar Hero Live.
it's the reboot of Guitar Hero, as far as I know, and it's basically like the thing that was let's go back to Guitar Hero a couple years ago.
Well, sure.
Do you remember?
No.
Okay, well, it had Guitar Hero TV as a feature on it, and the whole point was whatever. It was basically Activision revisiting Guitar Hero, going, people are ready for plastic instruments again. And you know what? I remember saying that. I'm like, yeah, I could go for another round of that. I missed that a little bit. I'm a little nostalgic for it at this point. 2015. So they had a bunch of songs obviously up on a shop for sale.
Yeah.
And everyone bought their library of songs again.
Yeah.
And so they've been and so basically they with the shutting down of the game, even though it was live and things were being updated up to a couple years ago. Basically they're like, with the shutting down of the program and people still having their song libraries and their purchases, they have to offer money back to people who purchased the game between 2017 and January 1st, 2019.
All right.
For anyone who bought songs in the library up to that point in time. So basically, it's one of those things where if you bought these songs and then 2 or 3 years later the thing shuts down and then you're not allowed to use the things you purchased anymore, that sucks.
I imagine the process for actually getting these refunds is labyrinthine.
And so a lawsuit was involved, of course.
Oh, of course.
And so right now the refunds are only available to people in the States who can prove they bought it between 2017 and 2019. But ultimately is basically games as a service coming back to bite you in the ass because you shut down before an acceptable period of time for people that made a purchase.
Well, also, games as a service with licensed music also seems like double disastrous.
Definitely awful, right? And the idea, of course, that I mean, look, I know that for a while they had these things in place where it's like if you bought these other songs way back on the old versions, you can go through some insane process.
Yeah, it was quite... I don't know how it works.
To license them again on your new things to re-download them. It sounded like absolute chaos. But, yes, what you're looking at here is another version of, like, you paid for a time frame with this content, and a bunch of people decided that's horseshit.
Because it is.
And now they're forcing people, and now they're forcing these refunds. So... Gas wins again. Fantastic. Anyway, it's, that's what it be.
That's fun.
It's nice to know at the very least that, like, it seems like legally, judges are willing to look at that situation and go,
that's stupid.
That's fucking horseshit.
Don't do that.
Give back the money.
Now, that won't stop them from doing the exact same thing again, because the amount of people that would follow this lawsuit and then actually file the refund is minuscule compared to the amount of money they made. But hey, it's something.
Speaking of the digital era, Digital Foundry has heavy rumor, confirmation, words, big talk, weighted,
big talk,
saying that the PS5 will absolutely have backwards compatibility.
Oh, are you serious, dude?
This story is coming from a weird website that refuses to load for some reason.
Because I want that Let's PlayStation.
Yeah. Let me give this thing another crack, because it literally just worked a second ago, and then it stopped. But basically, the Digital Foundry guy was like on Twitter. There we go. On Twitter, someone said, who here thinks that the PS5 will be backwards compatible for PS4 games? And John Linneman, who runs Digital Foundry, I believe, said it absolutely has this, 0 question. And then someone else followed up and said, is it possible that they will cancel it later in the generation, kind of like they did before?
Yeah.
And he said, why do you think they went with x86? It's to avoid having 2 sets of chips as they did on the PS3. So we don't know where or what this confirmation is based on, but it sounds like dev kits are out there in the wild, and there's pretty much no reason to doubt that this is going to be a thing.
Backwards compatibility is really cool and is a feature that I appreciate more and more as I get older.
Yes. I really hope this doesn't mean like that the digital library will be not available and it'll have to be based on physicals while they slowly roll those out.
Oh no, the PS4 at the very least. Like, that digital library is exhaustive, and it's every single fucking game that has ever come out for the system. Yeah. There's absolutely no reason to think anything but that was a forward-thinking move for in the future. If we decide to do backwards compatibility, your account will just have all of the shit.
Yeah, every generation, whatever console ends up collecting all of the games for each of us, ends up being like, okay, well, don't fucking make me lose everything that I bought here. But then there's just the job purposes of like, can you please allow me to continue having less wires in my living room?
It would be really appreciated if I could play PS2 games via HDMI-enabled device.
Especially because it wouldn't be that hard.
Especially since the PS4 can do it right now. I just choose not to.
We've got
that PS2 emulator that is sitting in the PSP and PS2 emulators that sit in the PS4 right now are both apparently excellent.
And seldom used.
Never used other than those games. But like they are open emulators that you can just plug a fucking ISO into.
But I mean, they're used on a game-by-game basis. So,
like with Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
Or whatever.
We've got a weird one that happened pretty much right after last week's podcast. The story that had a couple of twists and turns that I'm not 100% on, quite frankly. But Granblue Fantasy Relink development
this is so weird.
moved to Cygames entirely. Platinum no longer involved.
What the F? Why?
So this story came out and basically went Platinum and Cyber.
Do you mind if I get some water, Wolves?
Sure thing. Platinum and Cygames. I'm gonna need some too personally. Whatever.
Where's your glasses at?
Nah, don't worry. I'll get something else. It's okay.
I mean, I need to know where your glasses are at.
They are on the right. You passed it. Keep turning. Keep turning. That one. Yeah, there's cups in there.
Cool.
Cygames split ways with Platinum on the development of Granblue Fantasy Relink, which is the action RPG that they are working on. The one that looks like it's going to be a Platinum game, and that the footage made me excited because it was very pretty, and we saw the party running through the dungeon, and then combat was a bunch of Platinum things happening. And so this came out, and then it was like, oh, okay, I wonder what happened, right? And then, yeah, I know, I'm getting to the point, chat. Relax. And so this initially came out as, oh no, something might have went wrong, right? And then it turns out that upon update, the details changed so that it was just that Platinum's job was finished, and they were like, oh, we don't have anything more to do here, so we were guns for hire, and we're simply leaving and doing our own thing.
And everything is fine.
So that detail wasn't there initially, right? It was just that they parted ways, and now Cygames is taking over. Yes, that part of the story came out later, and it's a positive spin, so that it's like, uh-oh, it's not like something went wrong. They were simply hired for this job for these purposes in the same way that they were hired for Star Fox.
And they did it.
Right? The weird part, however, that no one has brought up is that their logo was on the website, and then it was removed.
That's weird.
So I get that there's the update that makes the twist that makes it happy. So yay, they finished their job. It's not actually a problem.
And then there's the twist that makes it mysterious again.
But can anyone explain why we had a Platinum logo on the game's website that then gets pulled off?
Are you trying to
mid-development?
Trying to imply that this game will lose its luster?
So chat, before you jump the fucking gun, how about you chill? And explain that one to me, because I have no idea why you would do that, right? That's a weird one. It's probably now we know more than anyone what it's like to sit and be like people to have theories and craft and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just like, are you out of your mind? It's what I said what it was. And people are like, but what about what you didn't say? And it's like, no, it's just that simple. Occam's razor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to be that type of person, but I don't get why you'd pull a studio's name off of the thing.
It's bizarre.
Because they still worked on it.
Are they not going to be in the credits?
Are they not going to get credited for the work?
Because that's really suspicious.
Because Platinum still gets credited for the small jobs they do.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, that's the part of the story that I don't have an answer for, that I find very weird. And if anyone does know, then let me know. But don't take guesses. Confirm it. Otherwise, Platinum probably left it in a quality state because that's what they do.
It is what they do.
And the last footage we looked at of the game looked fucking...
Look platinum-y.
Great. Alongside that bullshit is the announcement of No Duh, Ni no Kuni anime is actually happening. A film. They're making a Ni no Kuni film.
Okay.
And it's weird because it's like, oh, we're doing a Street Fighter the movie, the game,
Man.
real battle on film.
Hopefully it has better pacing than the game.
I mean, the best part of the game is that it looks like a Ghibli.
That is correct.
So now we get a movie that should have that style.
What if it doesn't look like a Ghibli?
It might not, because it's not being made by Ghibli.
Well, this is pointless. This is the most pointless thing ever. Wow.
The Ni no Kuni anime film is being made by OLM Inc., the staff that, not the staff, but the people that make Yokai Watch and Pokemon. And they made Old
sense.
Berserk. And it's weird that the Ghibli thing is not being taken on by them. And I guess they were like, we don't want to do this. We already did it once for the game.
That's weird.
Why would we do it again?
That's weird.
For the adaptation. You figure this shit out. Yeah, it is very weird, but it's happening. They do it, but you're watching another studio probably emulate Ghibli style as opposed to
fun.
Actually doing it. So we'll see where that one goes.
That feels like an insult to life itself. Boy, that's a hard ass insult, man.
And then we got a little bit of fighting game news. There was the continued we don't give a fuck attitude that MK11 has towards its character releases, where they announced Kabal, which they pretty much teased at the event. So we saw the trailer for Kabal earlier this week, confirming him, even though, you know, they more or less confirmed him on the reveal. But alongside that, they just fucking casually showed some footage of D'Vorah as well in another video from the event that I was looking to see if I was in the background of the event, and I wasn't, unfortunately. So besides some Kabal stuff, D'Vorah's back. And
Good, she's awesome.
She's one of the fucking rad new characters. So Ed Boon's talking for a while, and then it just kind of shows you, like, yo, she's in it. And it's kind of similar to, like, there's another behind the scenes video where they just show you Cassie Cage.
There.
She's just talking. So, like, they're basically doing these soft confirms where they're like, yeah, we're not showing you the big gameplay trailer yet, but there they are. It's just right there. You know it. You know. And Bug Lady is still Bug Lady. So, yeah. That's a little double confirmation right there. To be honest, with all the implied leaks from these behind the scenes trailers and other sources and stuff, like, there is a near complete list that is shaping up that you can go out there and find of, like, what the cast of this game is probably going to be at this point. So there's that, and then on, you know, in terms of fighting game websites, Event Hubs ran this fun little story about this little show called Fighterpedia Remastered, and it was like, oh, what's going on over here? It's that show where Zubaz came from. And then they asked, like, oh, is there going to be more of this show? And then there's a quote in there that's like, oh, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. So shout outs to Event Hubs for running that story. That was fun. Hey, let's take some mail.
Hey, before you do that, I just sent you a news story in your Twitter inbox, and I want to get your live reaction to the headline.
Wow. Really?
Yup.
How did it happen? What happened? CD Projekt agreed to pay The Witcher additional royalties to the author.
Yes, Andrew Sarpowski.
Back in October, Andrew Sapolsky demanded $16 million, or 60 million zlotys.
16 million USD, 60 million Polish dollars.
In additional royalties from CD Projekt Red. And while the studio initially declined, it has now agreed to hand over extra compensation. As reported by this website, The Polish developer will offer the author further compensation in a bid to preserve an amicable working relationship, although the figure apparently won't be anywhere near the $16 million he initially requested. He originally agreed to sell the rights to the book series to CD Projekt back in '97, turning down a profit-sharing deal in favor of cash, largely because he didn't think the studio would find success in the world of video games. It's a decision he's come to regret, and he's explained in a rather frank Eurogamer interview posted back in 2017. They offered me a percentage of the profits. I said, no, there will be no profit at all. Give me all my money right now, the whole amount. All right, I remember why I called him a fool now.
Yeah, because he took you know what the check was for? It was for like $9,300.
Yeah. But it was the frankness of the fucking...
This will never make any profit. Fuck you.
Give me my money
Give
now.
me $10,000.
Like, that's what makes you, like, oh, then eat it.
Yeah.
Commented Sapowski. It was stupid. I was stupid enough to leave everything in their hands because I didn't believe in their success. But who could foresee the success? I couldn't.
You should have. It's your series.
It's so blatant. It's so raw. But the part that doesn't make sense is when you say that quote and then you go, no, but now the...
So, let me explain something to you, because I looked this up the last time it came up.
That's fucking nice of them.
Here's what makes sense. It's not nice of them. Here's how it makes sense. Polish IP law doesn't give a shit that he turned it down. Polish IP law says that regardless of any circumstance, a creator is entitled to the profits of the derivative works to a degree.
Okay.
This is CD Projekt acquiescing so they don't, on some miraculous chance of
have a shitty
lose literally everything, including the license.
Litigation completely.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
This lawsuit could actually go either way if it became a lawsuit. So shut the fuck up and take €1 million or whatever the fuck it is.
This is a plea bargain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're signing the deal.
Now, do I think that's fair? No, because he's a explicit asshole to the point where the Metro 2033 author came out and went, "What a stupid old fool!" Well, right? But the idea of the Polish IP law thing is specifically to protect dumb or inexperienced authors or content people from getting their shit fleeced on them. Now, the fact that this situation is the actual opposite of that scenario sucks.
Historically, I am always and always have been on the opposite end of this, having become familiar with how comic book artists
got ripped off.
Fucked.
Look what happened to Jack Kirby.
Everyone back in the day that was told, we'll take care of you, don't worry.
Didn't get taken care of.
Because it was just a dismissive thing of, thanks for creating it, it's ours now. You made this, I made this, right?
Right.
So it's nuts it's nuts to never to not be on the side of the creator ever in that type of circumstance.
This one time, though,
it's so fucking weird.
Where the author goes, fuck you, you suck.
To the people that went, do you want?
We'll gladly offer profit share to you.
So it changes the entire perspective, because now this is, hey, Jack, do you want a cut of everything that we use that comes from your creation here? And you went, nah, just give me it all now. You're not going to succeed.
And let's put it into perspective. The guy didn't think he'd get 10 grand out of the profit share ever.
And I get it. You're old. You don't know video games, so whatever. You didn't check.
Well, I would say it's not. It's not that he doesn't know it. He actively has explicit distaste for video games,
but agreed to the pay. Yeah. Perhaps. So yeah, this is one of those. This is if this is based on them being like, we don't want to risk it.
This is them not risking it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well then,
Polish IP law is very different.
That's not a bad law.
No, it's not.
That's a good law.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
This particular scenario would be a test case for the limit of that law.
Edge case.
And nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Especially since, let's say the 1 in 100 chance they lose it, that's the license too.
Yep.
Oops.
Yep.
Right. You know, like...
In conclusion, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Good move.
Yeah. Well played eventually, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Polish IP law is fucking wild, dude. You know how CD Projekt got their fucking start? They're blasting out fucking, what was it, TurboGrafx games over the radio. Because you could tape it.
Oh, and then play it on the fucking cassette.
Yeah, was it Turbo? It might have been something else. But that's how those guys got their start.
Yeah, the TurboGrafx I don't think had the tape deck in it, but I know
whatever the fuck
MSX had one.
Something where they were a fucking a Polish language fucking pirate group.
That's incredible.
That would blast out pirate games over the radio.
That's incredible.
That's where that company got their start.
Yeah, I know the MSX had one. I don't know what else had one, but that's fucking...
ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, people are saying. It was one of those.
God, that is pirate as fuck.
It's as pirate as it gets, but you know why they did that? Mm-hmm. No Polish language games of versions of those games would ever come out.
Right.
And that eventually becomes the mentality of a very strongly worded good old games of like, no, fuck DRM, fuck you.
Did they translate them?
Yes.
Okay.
CD Projekt Red is one of those companies that Gabe Newell, back when he would speak to humans, would talk about saying that piracy is an improved service in many regions of the world, particularly Russia and areas of the former Soviet bloc, where games don't get localized there, but pirate groups will localize them.
Also, games in China are fucked.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of places where it's like... Yeah, it's like that for a reason, and you're fighting against years of it. Or video games never were not this, you know, in some cases. Let's take some mail.
Hey, if you want to send why am I doing this voice? Hey, if you want to send an email, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
And?
Oh, you could sound something like this.
I used the stalled time to get it all together, you know.
Give me a second. There you go.
All right. Hey, William Pat. Hope you're doing well. First time writing into the podcast. Wanted to ask you guys, what's your favorite fake language in media? And if you prefer, and do you prefer when they have a translation or no? Also, for the person that asked about not playing Fortnite with friends, this happened to me with League and Fortnite, and what I did was play so badly that they didn't want me to play with them anymore, and it worked.
Nice.
There you go. Then this comes from Gonzalo.
Perfect.
Yes, I do. I have my favorite fake language is that bullshit that Yoko Kanno uses in Green Bird and into Gaia from the Escaflowne soundtrack. And in Cowboy Bebop, it is some crazy ass elvish thing, and it's beautiful, and it is simply used because the syllables are nice to hear, and that's the only rule. And I don't believe there's any translations of them.
Man, you fucking took the exact not type, but you took the exact mental path.
There's a second one, yeah.
But it's the fucking whatever fake ass language that what's his name? Scott Dolph invented for one song in Beyond the Bounds.
Beyond the Bounds. That's the other one.
And the language of the ancients.
Yeah.
In Nier.
Yeah, the language of the ancients is incredible.
And if I had remembered, I would have also said the Yoko Kanno one. And if you could tell, it's shut up, it sounds good for the song.
Yeah.
Is our mental process on this.
I assumed you were going to say Beyond the Bounds, so I went this way with it. But that's it's the same thing. It's just that's what it is. Those are the answers.
Scott Dolph, what's this language mean? I don't know. Sounds good.
Nier, Zoe, Bebop, and Escaflowne. Hell yeah.
By the way, gang, if anybody who doesn't know, Scott Dolph, the guy who wrote Beyond the Bounds, was a localization man who also plays the Marine Commander in Metal Gear Solid 2.
That's true.
He's the black colonel who's Fortune's dad.
It says Scott Dolph under
who fucks Vamp.
That's true. That's true.
Loves to fuck Vamp. Loves it.
Well, he's got luck in his balls.
Yeah. Nope, it was nanomachines.
No, it was luck. No, but it was nanomachines though.
Yep.
What was the? Oh God, I just had another one. Fuck, I lost it. Yeah, it's Exalteus. Is another Yoko Kanno. It's the song that I use in the start of my streams before it cuts to the trash pile. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's that gibberish, that beautiful gibberish. Thanks, Gonzalo. Here's one coming in from Cole from Texas.
Hey, Cole.
Derek, cool, stylish bros. I got a hypothetical. Mm-hmm. You're familiar with Lieutenant Barclay from Star Trek Next Gen?
Extraordinarily so. How about you, Wolves?
Nope.
Okay.
Shrubby loser who's always fucking up at work and abuses the holodeck for personal power fantasies.
He really abuses the shit out of it.
Would you, if given a holodeck, act out your own personal fantasies in the same way? Pat, would you recreate from your grocery store days and beat people up and make them have to constantly cover your shifts or whatever? Wooly, would you recreate old days with all your siblings and cousins, but program so that they always lose to you at fighting games? So that you get really salty about it? Love the new podcast. Keep up the work. Thanks. Sincerely, Cole from Texas.
So actually, when me, Plague, and Paige have watched TNG, and he puts it up on Picardo, and we'll watch it on stream, the holodeck we have all discussed, it is like fiction annihilating in Star Trek.
Okay.
The existence of a holodeck would be annihilatory to society.
Okay.
Because of this question.
Right.
How could
selfish usage?
How could any society continue to exist when
you can create
a fantasy machine exists that you can spend your entire life in?
Yeah. The answer is, of course, I would abuse it.
Of course.
Maximum enjoyment. However, recreating old memories just to play them out with more satisfactory endings does nothing for me.
Oh yeah.
Because I know they're not real. I would get zero satisfaction out of that. I would just use it to look at butts.
Yeah.
I just look at butts the whole time.
That's
Can
fine.
you do that? Can the holodeck
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm in there. That's it. 24/7.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Holodeck is a problem. I can see it.
Yeah. In fact, that's actually usually what it's mostly used for.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that an episode?
That's what Barkley's doing.
Is he looking at butts?
So I'm gonna.
Because if he's then that he's all right.
So okay. So here's the Barkley episode with the holodeck. It's the episode he's introduced and he has horrible anxiety.
Okay.
Right. So he goes and hangs out on the holodeck, and on the holodeck, it's like a Three Musketeers type of fucking setting.
Yep.
But he has scanned in every major character from the show to be in this thing. So Riker's really short in this version.
Okay.
And he'll beat them up and he'll talk shit to Picard and all that shit.
Okay.
And here's where it gets like nefarious.
It's like petty, but yeah.
Is that like he has multiple love interests and they are his bosses and he has scanned them in. He scanned Troy in. He scanned Beverly in.
Yeah.
And they find out and they are like fucking creeped out, man. It is the Star Trek future equivalent of discovering your fucking roommate's wank pile has like your face like bolted on to some MS Paint images of porn, right? It's creepy. It's super, and they find it creepy.
Shout outs to that one episode of Black Mirror.
Oh God, are you serious?
Where they basically explored what if the camera was in the opposite place?
Okay.
And what if the holodeck and its people that got scanned in are digital copies of people's complete minds?
Oh, that's
so their full personalities are there.
That sounds awful.
That
sounds like that SCP article about the basketball game. If you're familiar with that. Anybody at home who knows what I'm talking about will kind of connect the dots on that.
I'm not. But yeah, that's fucked. That's fucked. No, that's some petty shit, man. You know what's not petty?
Mm-hmm.
Butts.
Well, it depends.
No, it really doesn't.
Some petty butts out there.
No, I've never seen a petty butt. No.
Mm-hmm.
Not even once. Ruby says, Dare Wolski and Pat Kiasu. Ruby here.
I'll live with that.
Not to shill Tuhu, contrary to popular belief. Just want to let you guys know that the JoJo fan game currently being LP'd, the 7 Stand user, is actually updated several times in the past few years, but nobody has stepped in to translate all the new content.
Oh, that's a bummer.
The new Chaos mode has a lot of funky scenarios that deviate from the original storyline hard, so it'd be a shame for it to go untranslated. Just wanted to ask if you guys could maybe get the word out there on the podcast in the hopes that someone might be willing to jump on it.
Well, consider that done.
There you go, Ruby.
Did you say Tuhu?
Tuhu.
Like, is that Toho?
Yeah, but
Oh.
people write tu and then HU.
Oh, I see.
Dear Supercastles, Tommy wants to know, did you ever have any teachers or professors who were open fans of video games? I remember once in high school, my world history teacher had an extra credit question on the test about India, asking what figure is notable for his stretchy arms.
That's pretty good. The only teacher I could ever remember even mentioning video games ever was a history teacher that liked Civ.
Yeah.
And that's like the most, yeah, of course he does.
So we
Like,
had,
of course
yeah.
he likes Civ.
No, we had a history teacher. Shout outs to Jersey Joe. He's awesome. We had our history teacher, Jersey Joe, that like ran D&D campaigns at lunch.
Yeah.
And that classroom was where we would go to play D&D. We'd go to play our Game Boys. We'd play Pokemon. We'd do all of it. It was the hangout for gaming. And it was basically because this was the one teacher on the staff. Pretty old guy, too. But he was the one teacher on the staff that was like, yeah, games are awesome. And then, like, all the younger guys were, like, they were just outside of that age where they'd get it. So, this history, Joe would he'd DM, and he would old school DM with the boards up and right, and do the full on storytell, and it was great. So
yeah, we had
in fact, I believe he's currently DMing with friends of ours that
Really?
that do their own campaign.
we had one teacher that used to DM some D&D games. He was a physics teacher, he's a big nerd. And then I remember a bunch of friends of mine used to go to those, and then they stopped because the tone of them would get like skeezier and skeezier. And it was like, no, we're not gonna go anymore.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Brad says, what's the greatest length you've ever gone to be rude at someone in an online game? I play StarCraft 2, which doesn't have a chat macro function, but one not to despair, I simply created Excel files full of stupid copy pastas, like the Scott Steiner speech or Yoshikage's monologue, and after determining the character limit in the in-game chat, it turns out it's 255, I copy-pasted bullshit in the game chat, constantly alt-tabbing during the game proper. People I play hate it and get very angry and mad at me and tell me to get cancer. Alternatively, what's your personal favorite example of online trolling? Much love from Brad.
I got one. So, do you got anything, Wolves?
Just the one that is not the answer to the question at all. In which the only time I've ever replied, or like I've never sent any bullshit troll. I've never trolled like that. The only thing I've ever interacted with is when I'd get hate from people in fighting games, and like early Dragon Ball was a bunch of that. And I remember deciding to experiment with replying to hate mail on PSN or whatever with tips.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So whatever the person was mad about, I would just tell them I'd recommend
the legitimate advice version.
So I'd be like, okay, so here's what you were losing to, and here's how you beat it.
That's really infuriating.
And I wanted to see if anyone would reply. I didn't get a single reply.
Of course not.
I figured that would either be, it could go one of two ways. Either someone would be like,
oh, thanks.
oh, cool, okay, sorry, or they'll double down in rage, depending on your personality type. But and either is acceptable. I'm fine with both. So I went for that route on it.
So, back in my youth, I used to be back in the wild world of the Xbox Live start at the voice chat experiment. I would occasionally troll people by being the younger, less responsible, definitely not a public figure on the internet version of myself. But the last real batch of shit trolling that I can remember is that in Final Fantasy XIV, there's a lot of group content. In particular, you do 24-man alliance raids quite often. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll set up a text macro. And the text macro will often be accompanied with sound effect 8, which is called danger bongos. And a little bongo noise will play. It'll be like, hey guys, the meteor's coming out. Get behind the thing, or whatever, as a warning to other players. However, what you can do as well is that there are some people versed in the wonderful world of ASCII art to this day. And they will post these funny little Moogles or Cactar or what have you with some fucking shit posts in there, such as a Moogle with a farmer hat on that says, I thought this was a farm party. And all sorts of stupid fucking shit. Stupid troll-ass garbage that's not toxic. No. Just on the real bitchy side of passive-aggressive.
Here's the thing, though. How could a chat log possibly be big enough on the screen to show a full piece of ASCII art?
Because you're playing an MMO. And an MMO has a big-ass chat log most of the time. Or people will see a giant parse of ASCII garbage and
so
go,
then they go look at the log.
So then you hit select triangle to bring it up, and then it's this fucking...
To see the full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
And then you'll see a fucking Moogle with fire coming out of its ass going, gray googly moogly, it's all gone to shit. As soon as someone dies, for example.
Right, okay. Text emotes, basically.
That being said, I will say, these players are reviled, but I have to give them credit. Part of the macro system in 14 is that when you macro those text macros, you can macro that text to an ability, right? So you get people that are the scum of the goddamn earth, but I have to respect them, that every single ability that they use will be accompanied by a long-ass anime-style fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Call-out shit.
Okay.
In particular, Astrologians and Dark Knights are the worst. Astrologians have 5 or 6 abilities in which they draw a card, and motherfuckers will macro Yu-Gi-Oh! Quotes to every single one of those fucking actions. So every time they do it, fucking ping will go, an audible ping will go off, and your fucking text scroll will start scrolling like mad with all this weeb garbage.
So wait, the game lets you say a thing every
with
time
a
you
button
use
press.
a spell?
Yeah.
And you can assign both to the same button?
Because it's a macro system. So what you do is you make a macro. And
so it's a language.
The macro is /AC bracket, the name of the ability, end bracket, and then any text you want to put underneath.
Got it, yeah, okay.
And you can even set it to party, and then you can set double bracket fucking SE.8 to make sound effect 8, which is Danger Bongos. And Dark Knights turning on their abilities, having these long paragraphs of fucking edgelord, the darkness rises, fucking, oh my god, shut the fuck up!
Can you only see chat from people that are in your group? Or like
well,
from...
this only happens in your group, yeah.
Okay.
But if you're in a group with somebody, you're kind of stuck with them, which is what makes it I want to die. So on the one hand, these people are the worst. On the other hand, they are using the more time-intensive version of what I'm talking about. And the best part about this, so the most common one of these, it's called a raise macro. And what it is that you macro a message to when you pick somebody up from the dead, right?
Why
macros have, okay, this is really, really obscure, but I'm going to hope that you can trust to follow me on this. So in Final Fantasy XIV, you hit buttons, right?
Yep.
Every 2.5 seconds, you can hit a new button. You see all the icons rotate like a clock, and you can hit them, right? Mm-hmm. There is a little latency give on when you hit that button. So maybe you hit a little early, right? The input will remain in the buffer and proc the input the button as soon as it can, right? So it feels nice and loose, right? Macros are specifically not given that input buffer so that because they don't want people just macroing their characters to be auto-played, right? What this means is is that people who are using this on every ability have given themselves appreciably worse controls and less responsive controls than not saying anything at all.
Just to get this fucking...
Think of it this way.
Okay.
Putting the macro in is like removing negative edge from your buttons.
Right, or adding extra frames of
Yeah.
lag. Yeah.
And with raise macros, it can cause the spell to not go off in the right order and fail.
Okay.
So they'll have this annoying fucking passive-aggressive fucking, maybe you should get up, but because of the macro timing and latency, the move that they cast to make the move go fast doesn't come out at the right time, and then they slow raise it, and then they move, and then the spell doesn't go off. And so then they do it again. It's, oh my god, it's the shittiest thing in the world.
Wow.
When you have these online games where you give people text control, the infinity possibilities for trolling, like, it's unbelievable.
We can just end it there. Yeah.
It's amazing.
So, with that, what's coming out? Apex is out.
Apex is what's out.
Anthem is coming out.
Whatever.
Anything else coming out?
Resident Evil on the 15th. What day is it today? It's the 11th. On the 15th, Resident Evil 2 is going to get a bunch of DLC for free. I don't know if you've seen it, Wolves, but they're going to release the 1998 costumes. Which is the PS1 models.
I heard about that. Yeah.
As well as, it's unclear if it's going to be 1 out of 3 or 3 and then more later, but DLC campaigns as side characters that apparently will have some kind of... They'll have a new enemy type specifically for that mode, which appear to be devil-triggered zombies that came out of a screenshot. Don't know what that's about. But in addition to some randomized elements. So they might be like little roguelikes for RE2. That's the only thing I can think of.
Jump Force comes out.
Oh, yeah.
So
that game looks unfinished. Have you seen footage of the latest version? The sound effects don't exist. It's so bad.
I haven't seen anything.
It looks so bad.
I just saw the announcement for Jotaro and Dio. Jump Force comes out. So yeah, I might take a look and see what's going on
Jump
over there.
Force, more like force you to jump away from this garbage.
This is the Unreal Nintendo character mod thing.
Okay, straight up,
Sold.
I saw people saying that, and I'm like, a lot of those people fucking around in Unreal Engine make shit that looks way better than Jump Force. Way better.
And Crackdown 3? Oh, yeah?
I don't believe that.
Crackdown 3? Is that true?
No, I don't believe it.
Are people lying? I think people are lying.
I don't know if they're lying or Microsoft is lying, but I don't believe it.
What's the actual date?
I have no idea. Hold on. Check that.
The internet, yeah, take a look. Because I don't know about that.
Crackdown 3 is February 2019. So maybe... Crackdown the first thing that came up was Crackdown 3 won't allow you to play with your friends in multiplayer.
Oh. Talk about the Will Smith genie? What is there
Looks
to say?
bad.
Doesn't look good.
Looks bad.
I didn't watch the trailer. I just saw the screenshot.
Real
It
Uncanny
doesn't look
Valley.
good.
It actually looks way worse in movement. It
Okay.
looks it's very
I got nothing on that.
You remember Clue from Tron Legacy?
Yeah?
That.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Bad. Just but blue also.
Well, Clue was like... It was weird because Clue was bad in movement but good in screenshots.
Yeah, well, worse than that then.
You know?
You know what
I saw a screenshot of this and I was like, oof. Whereas, like, in Tron, I was like, no, as long as it's not moving, it's fine. But the moment it starts to move,
I am
it's a
of
problem.
the belief that these live-action Disney movies are actually pointless. But even beyond that, if you can't get Robin Williams again, which you can't, they should have just filmed the entire movie around the existing Robin Williams genie animation.
Performance.
No. I mean literally take the animation cells from the movie
and put them in,
in and just film the live action alongside it.
Oh my god, that is
Don't even care.
That is bizarre. That is fucking Cool World.
Yeah, fine, fuck it. He's a magic genie. He could be 2D if he wants.
So yeah, I guess that's what it'd be. And
Hornet's coming out.
Hornet DLC
on,
for Hollow Knight.
Valentine's Day.
That's cool. Yeah, playable Hornet is a cool thing.
Did you? Oh, you wouldn't have. There's part of the secret, super double secret ending in Gods and Glory is a little preview of what Hornet's campaign is actually going to be.
Okay.
And it is an alternate You beat the game, right? You didn't get all the endings.
I didn't get the true
but
ending.
you beat one of them, right?
Soft ending, yeah.
So it is. Okay, you know how you go into that room?
Mm-hmm.
It is a variation of what comes out that would be what Hornet would deal with.
Horror of the Orient?
Yeah, that's right. That game got super canceled, right?
For shame.
I remember hearing about that game and immediately like, that's never going to come out. That's not going to come out.
No. Unless it comes out and it's called Of The.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen. No way.
It's such a title, though. You know.
Apparently, it's a reference to the city that was, and the city was known as that.
Yeah,
but I don't remember the city. But like,
I mean, you'd pick up that book off of a shelf next to Moby Dick.
Yeah,
with another book called Horror of the Orient.
Yeah, you know? It's like, well,
that yeah. I thought it was a great title. That was a great title. Yeah, all right, so that's that.
All right, let's go home and unlock Mirage.
I'm good with Gibraltar. And I'm probably more excited about Caustic, to be honest.
All right. I'll unlock Mirage.